Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Bit of an unusual stream today. The general plan is that we are going to go through our list of mods and preps and try to see how far we can get in setting up our mod list. There's still at least 4 mods that I want to update, or at least as of yesterday. There were 4 mods that I would prefer to have updated before I start that playthrough, but in theory everything that is world gen related is done. But let's have a look see, shall we? So first things first, you are going to need this link for reference. I will show this page every now and again. Let me pull you over to here and reset up my monitoring windows. Okay. So yeah, that link is to this file here. It does not go in there, it goes there. Which is just my list of already downloaded mods. At least top bit is the ones we were working on the previous playthrough. Underneath the horizontal line is everything related to 1.2. These are the ones that have updated and verified that they're working in 1.21. I have already downloaded these. These are ones that had, last time I checked them, release candidate versions, or versions for the release candidate, one of the two. The ones underneath them are mods that have not been updated yet. I think some of these had release candidate versions, but they don't have full release versions, and I want these ideally to be done before we actually start the playthrough. And then everything under here, initially when they got added to this part of the list, didn't have a 1.21 version, but some of these may work regardless. And there's a few extra down here that I may consider adding. But first things first, let's get this list up to date for wherever we are today. So let's refresh this page. Okay, we have 5 new updates. 3 to the Critter Pack. Carry On has an update, Vintage Scarecrow has an update. I think all 3 of these we're already up to date. Carry On, certainly. What did you fix? Prevented more piles from being a pain and not letting you place carried blocks with certain keybinds. Let's add that in. That is 0.5. This currently isn't in alphabetical order. Let me fix that. Where's the way to do this? I forget. Sort table, ascending. There we go. Okay, Carry On's been updated. Let me delete the older versions. I have a folder over on my left-hand monitor that has all of this stuff in it. Okay, so that's up to date. Scarecrows still running, that's a test-in version, but they already had an official version. Move the scary around. Because scarecrows in real life don't stand in the same spot. Thought of a mechanic scarecrow, thought of mechanic. Scarecrows still work as normal, but the catch is to move it around, otherwise animals gain a sense of safety / nothing to worry about. Relocation of Scarecrow before the function wears off. Ultimately, you can let it stay as a decoration, but it will decay. Scarecrows will work for at least 13 days. Can be configured in the config. Scarecrow will warn you when it's almost out of function, with around 24 hours. A ineffective Scarecrow can still be picked up, but will not scare anymore. After these 3 stages, it will get locked in place and will need to be broken down. So they're changing how it works, and they're testing it. We'll wait until that's actually a released version, but we already have this version here, I believe. Yeah, so that one's fine. Okay. and 1.12 release candidates. Didn't they say there was 3 updates here? They must have uploaded a wrong version then. Oh no. Ah, okay. They uploaded an old version, they've uploaded 2 new versions. So they've added official support. Added support for Vintage Scarecrow update. Crow spawn rates were insane. Okay, that's why. They over-tweaked something. Do we actually have the critter pack in here? We do. Okay. That's that. Right, I'm going to pull this back onto my middle monitor for the time being because we need to do some cross-referencing now. Okay. Clear all. So, we're going to go through all versions that had release candidate versions and see whether or not they have full release versions yet, because they may have found out the release candidate is fine and they've just relabeled it. If not, they will stay in that list until we've tested everything that does work. So, craftable cartography, from golden combs, I am gooey, jaunt was a little higher, wasn't it? There. Right. Yep, still listed as full release candidate. Testing version for release candidate. Testing version for release candidates. These all may work. We're going to try them at a later on. Yes, and this one has a test-in version for current build. More animals. If we get through all of this section, I test in all of the compatibility, then we may actually write a patch for more animals to work with expanded or food storage rather, which food storage I don't think has a released version for the new updates. Primitive survival, hasn't that actually updated? Did I forget to delete it? I've got to delete it. So primitive survival's already updated. Purposeful storage. Better chisel. Braziers. And Draconis. Yep. Testing version for release candidates. Testing version for release candidates. Testing version for current release. Testing version for release candidates, and testing version for current release. So they haven't been updated yet. Right, we will quickly go through the bottom part of this list now. Come on, over here. There. This bit here, because some of these could have been stealth updated. Again, if they're a content mod, there's a non-zero chance that they do just work. In fact, let me do it this way. Okay, no updates. No updates. This is being worked on. Know about that one. Let's add a note. Extra overlays, no update yet. Food shelves probably hasn't been updated because I think it's made by the same people that make a culinary artillery. Or they're waiting for a culinary artillery to update. Now this one's been updated. This one's getting a new mod to replace this one. which I imagine will get pinned up here once that's out. Seasoned firewood hasn't been updated. Spyglass hasn't been updated. Stone Quarry hasn't been updated. Xfields Gilded, there's a community patch for that. I doubt this is going to get updated until after these two get updated. Speaking of which, I should check those free. Okay, Make Tea doesn't have an update. I doubt any of these have been updated. I believe the person that works on this is the person that works on, what's it called? Floral Zone, and they only just got these up to date. But these just add creatures. Purita hasn't been updated, so none of the add-ons are going to be updated yet. Expanded Bloodbread hasn't been updated, and Crateful hasn't been updated. Okay. These three I know have been updated, but I haven't decided whether I'm going to include them or not. Okay, any notes in here other than the fact that they're still actively working on it? Nope. An expanded food requires a culinary artillery, and I think it's the same dev. And then these almost certainly... Yeah. All four of these mods have a community patch for them out. I would rather not use it, not because I don't trust those people or their programming skills. I'd just rather have the official version updated rather than, particularly with expanded food. Because I don't know how... Yeah, it'll get marked as a different mod. So removing one and adding the other may very well brick any foods added because they'll have the wrong ID. I think. Although that said, I don't remember actually seeing expanded foods. Okay, no, there's an unofficial patch. The question would be, yeah, that has a different, that'll go in a different cache. I'm not sure how the game would handle that. Because I'm willing to bet that they're still using the same mod ID within the actual folder structure. But because it's a separate mod, it'll have a separate mod ID and it'll have a separate zip file, which means it'll be put into its own cache folder. And I don't know how the game is going to handle generating all of the items that this adds and then removing or replacing that mod with the official one, whether there's going to be a conflict between those item types. Yeah, that's too risky to use. The other ones should be fine because these two specifically are code mods. I don't believe they add much in the way of extra items, just extra crafting recipes. This does add some extra items. So I don't know. Could be a bit touch and go. Right, so we know which ones we have. Let us start putting things together. So I have a folder over here for all of the downloaded files. And I have a folder over here for a separate instance of the game that has been updated. I want to get rid of that configuration file. Get rid of that save file. Shouldn't be any backups. And I believe my shortcut is pointing to mods test. Yes. So if I now drop all of these into here, I didn't mean to move them or copy them. And then run the game. Oh. One moment. The only problem with using two different instances of the game, I need to reauthorize myself every single time I change between the two. Okay. Good. Is this the right list? Looks like the right list, although it's complaining about configlib not having VSIM GUI, which is weird. We do have configlib. Where are you? Configlib. Okay, configlib is explicitly updated for 1.21, but IMGUI is a test version for 1.21. This one being the most recent one. Okay, so that's easy enough to fix. We'll grab the test version. That's 1.12. We'll keep the coloration on this, because this is not a release candidate version. Where'd that go? 1.112. And delete it from here. Right. You know, the mod list. Requires dependency, IMGUI V. Oh, I'm an idiot. I copied it into, or I downloaded it, I didn't copy it into the actual mods folder. There we go. What order is this in? Wooden shutters. Oh, I bet this must be in the order of the mod ID. So this is here because it's VSIM GUI, and this is here because the mod ID must be wooden shutters. That would make sense. Okay. What I'd love to be able to do is have the full log window visible while it's creating the world, rather than just this. So I'm going to have to check it after the fact. I'm basically looking for any errors or warnings. All of these have been released bar 1, so I'm not expecting there to be any errors. To be fair, errors will appear in here. It's warnings that I actually want to have a look at to see whether one I care about. Okay. Well, Better Ruins is working. Okay. Laurel Zones is working by the looks of it. Yep. You're not supposed to spawn yet. The spawn magic's definitely working. I mean, as far as spawn pot spots go, you could do a hell of a lot worse than spawning right next to a half-complete structure. There's a trader over there. Coded fast pillar bus. Now I do know that some of the extra flowers and things that are added by Floral Zone are berries and are in theory edible. Spawned in an andesite area, it's good. That's a big pine tree. These are all big pine trees. Well, everything looks like it's working. One thing that could be a little bit off because we didn't change the configuration for it, we do have TerraPutty installed, and we haven't set things up to be the height and size that it wants. At the very least, nothing is breaking. So let's pause the game and check the log files. Specifically, which one do we want? We want server main and server debug. Server debug more than anything else, but I think warnings do go through to main. Events, notifications, notification, events. Okay, we have a couple of warnings got thrown through. Block schematic file, large glass, JSON, uses blocks that could no longer be found. These be turned into air blocks. Let's see, issue with bricklayer, bricklayer, block schematic, luxury glass, again bricklayer. I wonder if that's because bricklayer is trying to generate stuff for a compatibility mod, even though that mod isn't in. Either way, those warnings don't need to be worried about, they're fine. Let's check through the server log file. Sorry, I know you can't see this. It's just a bunch of text I'm scrolling through. Configuration libs, patches, lots and lots of patches. Lots of patches. Conditional patches. None of them look like they've failed. There's one that's failed. Floral Zone, Caribbean, patch, Wildcraft, storage types. Item type, vegetable, no palm. Item types, resources. That is a spelling error. There is one extra E in that seeds. I wonder if that is a typo. Okay, I will show this then. Let's move this over to here. I don't think there's anything in these that's dangerous. So yeah, it looks like Fluorozone isn't correctly using compatibility. In other words, they're not running dependency checks. But I'm willing to bet that that is a bug. So I'm going to very, very quickly report that to them, just in case. Because I don't know whether or not that's their mistake or Wildcraft mistake. Compatibility Wildcraft storage type file. Resources seeds. Actually, that shouldn't make or have an effect. Because what they are trying to patch this. No. 7 patches in, that's the location file. I want to see this. I need to have a look at the actual file. It's not something that's going to break anything. As far as we're concerned. But if I found a bug in someone else's system, the least I can do is report it to them. This is in... Okay. Base folder, patches, compatibility, Wildcraft, storage types. So the file is storage types. Weep. And they're trying to patch their own file. They're trying to patch their own file in both cases. In which case that's a bug. That is definitely a bug that we can point them to fix. So where are they trying to get to? All in item types. Food and resources. Food. It's non-palm, not no palm. And one assumes it's actually seeds. Yeah, okay. So let me come down to... I don't know which window this opened on. One moment. Okay. One here. This is Floral Zones Caribbean. Let's just check we are using the most recent version. 1.0.18. Yeah. I should just copy paste all this rather than type it manually. Can I get that from here? Yeah. I'm currently in the wrong folder. We go to here. This is patches, compatibility, Wildcraft, storage types. line 5 and line 9. Ah, yeah, this doesn't have a sudden spell checker in it. Powered by Tiny. The problem is my Firefox has a spell checker in it, but it can't read this, which means in order to fix my terrible spelling, I have to copy words out into a local text editor and copy them back in. The formatting. Is there a code block formatting? A link. Clear formatting, add spoiler, remove spoiler. Okay, nope. How does one do this then? I suppose that's canon as a spoiler line. Yeah, that's being listed as a spoiler. What I want to do is just a code block, but I don't think it's this text system's capable of it. So I think instead, can I add tabs? No. How can I distinguish this easily as a code line? I suppose I could use... Oh wait, there's indentation. No, don't take the line above it with it. Indent it. What's strange is that this code was run anyway, given the fact... Ah no, we do have Wildcraft installed. I'm thinking of something else. Wildcraft did get updated, didn't it? I think. Wild Farming. No, we've got Wild Farming installed. That's not Wildcraft. So I'm not sure why that even got called. Patch compatibility Wildcraft. Unless Wild Farming is Wildcraft? Let me have a look at the cache. Unpack. Wild Farming Revival, Assets, Game. No, that's Wild Farming Revival. So yeah, that's weird. I'm fairly sure the way they've implemented it is right. Unless you do actually, or I may actually be misunderstanding it, and you may actually specifically need to include depends on conditions. But they have it in here, just not here. Well, either way, this is what is wrong. They have misspelled things. It is vegetables, no palm. Item types, food, vegetables, non-palm, yeah. Okay. Okay. Continuing on. Anything else that broke? I say broke, that threw a warning. Item type resources tree seeds. Oh no, there's not a not found in here. Where does the actual warning bit come in? Yeah, it's not found as there. So it's the last bit that we're concerned about. Depends on... config, trade lists, trader luxuries, patches, trader luxuries, salt and sand. That's trying to change a default game configuration that doesn't exist. Salt and sand, clay pots not found because they're different now. Okay. That's all salt and sand. They've marked it, or their mod, as working in this version, but they haven't actually checked. Because this particular problem here, we saw, it was what was causing, what's it called? Which mod did we update in our main playthrough that caused the entire server to die? The game to crash when we tried to search on things. Hydrate or dihydrate, that was it. Because I don't believe it's clay or block type clay pots anymore. It's moved. Let's see if we can find the specific location, because again, if we're going through the trouble of looking these things up, we may as well make sure people's mods actually do work. Because them being missing means that something isn't going to work. Salt and sand. Actually no, we actually want to be looking at hydrate or dihydrate. And we're looking in the patches in here. Oh, patches is empty. It's all in compatibility. Okay. So they're not patching in... It's probably in recipes, one of the recipes that they had it. Let's see if the wiki can give me the in-game file location. If I just go for pot. It's not a pot. What is it? It's a cooking pot. The wiki is loading. Stand by. Okay. The wiki doesn't show it. Oh wait. The asset paths are perfectly visible within the game's base directory. Let me get a new window open. Games, VintageStory Death, Assets, Game, Block Types, Multi-block. It's been moved entirely, unless it's elsewhere. It may actually be elsewhere. Survival block types, there we go. clay. Pot does not exist anymore. It's fired and raw. So yeah, I'm not going to do that bit of the work for them because I don't know where I'm looking. But we will report the issue to the mod developer. If someone else hasn't already. Okay. That was not what I thought I was copying. Yes, yes, I know. Oh, god damn you. Stupid custom text boxes. Here. Straight from a text box. Still doesn't like it. I literally posted that into Notepad. The paste system doesn't recognize the escape character. Default escape character. Okay, what if I paste you without formatting? No, you still do the same thing. Okay, fine. I'll paste you into a text editor then. And then copy you out of the text editor and into here. Will you play ball now? There we go. Okay. You didn't update your patches when you updated game slash rock type slash clay slash pot, but Jason doesn't exist anymore. We can see if it's actually obvious. We don't have to just do nothing. So survival config. Trader accessories. Trade list is its own subfolder. Neither apparently does game.config config slash traders. Pots are now in a /raw mode. Traders are also now in the written subfolder. There we go. Doing the work of other devs for them. Okay. Wolf taming patches. Entities, bird, chicken, hen. Entities, chicken, hooved. That's in their folder. Entities, animal, mammal. Have they been moved or something? Wolf taming, I expected to have figured this out. And hydrate or dihydrate, similarly. I thought had fixed it. I should probably see what the actual, or what they're actually trying to fix. Or maybe they're just trying to make a version that's compatible with multiple things. That is a possibility. The other one was definitely a spelling mistake, but let's have a look at the actual patches file to see whether or not there's two sets of patches in there. So patches meals. Claypot, 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 claypots. Claypot, 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 claypot. So yeah, those patches are for the wrong file. They don't appear to have any patches for the correct file. Traders, luxury. Config traders, luxuries. Yeah, they're all pointing at the wrong one. Let me check hydrate or dihydrate. Because I know they had a similar problem before. But I'm fairly sure they fixed it. And I would not put it past that the reason it's still throwing the same exception is because they have compatibility for both versions. I've closed the log file by mistake. Where were we? Ah, middle mouse button. Also, scroll drag thing isn't working. So yeah, that's all fine. Here we go. Hydrate or dihydrate. This is in compatibility games patches. What file specifically? Survival block type claypot. Yeah, it's all just pointing to claypot. Maybe the file location is different on the server? That doesn't make sense though. Because I definitely remember seeing on one of these. Yeah, this one here, recipe change that got accidentally backported. This was the fix that broke our server. Or caused the game to crash when you opened up a thing. It does say it's explicitly for this version, so I don't know why they would still be patching a file that doesn't exist anymore. That would imply that the recipe's not going to work. Well, we can see whether or not the game crashes under the same conditions that it would do previously. Boiled water. There's basically anything that used boiled water broke. Or used a pot recipe, I forget which it was. So no, they look like they're all working. So I don't know why those patches are still there then. Texture mapping. Attribute class clay pots, texture mapping, water portion, water, group 1. Not sure. Interesting. I might bring it up to them just in case it is an oversight. Survival block types clay pots. Whereas now it's in clay fired. And that's where the pot is. Well, we'll bring it up just in case. It doesn't appear to be breaking anything. And this looks like it's just trying to affect the texture, which I think is working. I mean, it looks fine. Yeah, that's the only thing in there that isn't working quite right. They are patching themselves. In what folder? I assume they're trying to override something in the event that there's some another mod installed. Liquid boiled rainwater portion. Hydrate or dihydrate. Ensure nutrient properties. Dynamic sediment patch. Dynamic food category patch. I'll point up that this is thrown in error because this is pointing to their own file that apparently doesn't exist. Which you, again, wouldn't expect should be the case. Item type. Liquid, boiled water portions. Boiled drain water, okay. So I'm expecting that that's probably fine. Possibly a compatibility missing a bricklayer water portions. A compatibility for a different mod. Or something they intend to add in the future. We won't worry about that one. Okay. The only other ones in here of concern would be these ones. Wolf Pain actions. They're trying to modify base game files and they're not finding them. So, survival, entities. Okay, that's what the problem is. These ones here are looking for entities, which doesn't exist. Animals. Entities, animals, mammals. Hooved. Okay, yeah, these... Let's check to make sure they don't have... or they're not just covering their bases. Basically, there's adult and baby versions of each of these files, which is why it's throwing those errors. I say errors, warnings. They're not breaking anything as such. Wolf taming. Assets, wolf taming. So these are patches for entities. Okay, yeah, they're... These ones have been updated correctly. These ones haven't. Strange. Chickens, chicken hens, baby roosters. Birds, chicken adult baby. Chicken hen, chicken rooster. Does the baby one work? The baby one is fine, the issue is with these two. Rooster is apparently blank. Hen is pointing at the wrong one. Entities land, chicken roosters, entity bird chicken rooster. Patches, entities, chicken, chicken hen. This came through as blank. I don't know why it came through as blank. Bird, chicken, hen, neither of which exist. So yeah, these are all going to affect the animals they've added. Basically, if I'm assuming this, I'm not actually reading this. I'm assuming that AI task 1-2 behavior 10 is just flee if they see a dog wolf or dog hunting. They're supposed to run away. Code stay close to shepherd. Maybe with the exception of this one though, animation run. Don't know. But either way, those patches aren't going to work. So let's copy paste these. Let's drop them into here. Open Office Writer and come back over to here. Quick question, is there still meant to be a patch for let's put that in. Okay. Wolf taming. Can you give me a line after this, please? After the spoiler, please? And a line down here. Not inside the spoiler, outside the spoiler. Okay, fine, we'll put it up here. I'd rather put it after the spoiler text, though. Add spoiler, remove spoiler. Shift space, control space, alt return, return. Let me out! Yeah. Vintage storage devs, use a different rich text editor, please. This one is trash. Need to go back to the paste. There we go. New line. Paste. Okay. I don't think any of these are game-breaking stuff. Clay flower pots. Hydrate or dihydrate, we've already done that. Okay, and that's all of the patches. Okay, and the game loads. So there's nothing I'm too concerned about in there. Okay, let me pull this back over to here. Oh, sorry, I realise I didn't swap back to this window. The issue I was having, was it this one? Yeah. Was that I pasted this first, and it wouldn't let me out of the spoiler text area to start a new line after the spoiler text. I had to undo to get rid of the spoiler text, any like tests I had made to try and get out of it, to then add an extra line after it in lieu or in advance of me putting the spoiler text in. That is what I was bemoaning. Anyway, so we are happy with everything there. Actually, no, you can stay pointing at that because we're about to close the client out for a second. Right. So I am happy with all of this apparently doing what it's supposed to do, more or less. So, next step. Adding in stuff that's from the release candidate builds. Do I just jam them all in at once? All of them have versions for the release candidates? I can either do it one at a time or all at once. Well, there's two that need to go in together. Everything else can be added individually. I think what we'll do is we'll split it into sections. We won't quite go all at once. Okay, we'll add in... We will need to change craftable configurations settings, I think. From golden combs should be okay. We should just be able to add that. Yeah, that's going to need some specific tweaking on its own. These two are required together. we'll add golden combs together with purposeful storage and braziers. Because this doesn't add anything in world, well, none of these add anything in world, but none of these in theory should mess around with the same things. This messes around with bees and adds some clay forming recipes. This adds some additional cabinets and things and wood recipes. This adds some additional metal recipes. So let's start with these three. First we'll check to see whether or not there's any reports of major issues with the release candidate versions. So the hive part is now go in the inventory slot if unpopulated. Server owners prefer the original behavior. Not cross-compatible. I made ceramic hive, put in a fire pit like all ceramic, but when I cannot pick it up. That may just be that, yeah, it has to be in a backpack slot. They just haven't understood. So I'm going to say I'm also having the same issue as Griffin Wings. I have an issue on the release with ceramic hives not recognizing vanilla flowers around them despite waiting several days. We had this issue just in the old version. It's because those crops had grown and I had to trigger a block update. As far as I could tell. So that might be nothing. Because what we did was we placed the hives down in the winter and then we planted a bunch of seeds that were going to grow into flowers. And I think what just happened is that because there were no new blocks added, it just didn't recheck. But it depends entirely on how the code was working. But yeah, we've seen something similar to that. That's nothing new. Got a book with ceramic hives giving me honey in winter. Okay, that's not something I need to worry about immediately. There's nothing there that looks like it's going to break anything, though. So let's grab that. Um, 1.91. Drop this into the right folder. From Golden Combs, where are you? There you are. Okay. Purposeful storage. Would it be possible to get some support for clothing mods? You will add which is featured. Not sure what you mean by that. The question is, will I add necklace stands? Then no. Yeah, okay. Problem is not looking at the block. No. See, yeah, just scanning over this. There doesn't appear to be anything game breaking in here. Dev's just busy and can't finalize things by the sounds of it. 4.1 or 1.41. And this one. Yeah, support for this would be good. Not many people have downloaded, or not many people are commenting on it, so I'm guessing it must just work. I mean, all it is a mod that adds these things. Just a different type of light source. Okay, so let's copy those into there. That is 1.12. No, I'll delete the table once we've got everything in. Okay, let's restart the game. Make sure it doesn't try to ask me to log in again. Good. Check this list isn't giving us any kind of spooky warnings. Nope. Right. Let's delete this. Create a new world. Standard, custom, world generation. Oh, interesting. Default land coverage is now slightly lower. In fact, there's some extra options in here. Climate distribution, realistic. Can I? Yeah, there we go. Cold north, hot towards bottom. Walking east is roughly the same climate. Recommended. Patchy, patches far from close. And coverage. Upheaval rates. Okay. We need to go to. I need to check the page for Ever Pretty. And check what their recommended configurations are. Recommended world height of 320. Landform scale 300. Upheaval 0. Upheaval 0. Okay, they need to update that. Geological activity there. Because that is not how this is configured anymore. Maybe that's contemporary coding is not compatible. Does anyone have a good recommendation for world? The configurators give us lackluster, to be honest. World height. Am I blind? Or is it just not in here? Survival challenge. Temple stability. World generation. Climate distribution. Land coverage. We'll start messing around with these settings because we want to. Determines how much ocean will be between pieces of land. Land coverage scale. Upheaval rate. Geological activity. World edge. Traversable. There's no world height. Oh, it's up here. I'm blind. There you go. Why is this up here? For reference, world height is here. All of these are down here. Okay, so landform scale, it says 300%. Or hang on 1 second. Landform scale wants to be 300%. So in theory, if we lower this number, we get more islands. I think the last world we had it at 100, because that was the default, because land coverage was 100%. I do want there to be, well, I do like there being like lots of little islands everywhere. Or medium-sized islands, rather. Now's a good time to be tweaking and testing these things to see what it comes out as. Let's set this to 300, and we'll go from there. But yeah, so that's that. That wants to be this. Upheaval wants to be 0. Those are the recommended settings. Okay. Apply. Go. Let's see if these 3 new mods create any unintended things. Okay. That raccoon on the side of my monitor looked like it was sliding around rather than actually walking, but I don't know if that was just, it wasn't. It may just have not had its movement animation initialized. Bushes aren't spiky anymore. I am both happy and sad about that. The bushes aren't spiky anymore. Okay, so by the looks of it, it spawned us in the middle of a land. What we'll probably do when we're getting towards the end of this and we have everything installed, or all the mods that we want installed, is go creative, go flying around and just have a look at what the generation looks like. Okay, so yeah, I'm going on combs is installed. To get the specific name of it. Suppose if we go for larch, go from the planks. Okay, purposeful storage looks like it's working okay. What I was looking for is these. They all look like they're correct. This icon's a little bit bigger than it used to be, I think. Other thing to check. Oil lamp. Ah, right, yeah, we can only make that out of one thing at the moment. And this is basically how you make all of these. So if you make an oil lamp, that does increase the brightness. Make it out of scrap, black bronze, copper, iron, meteoric iron, or steel. Can't make it out of any other kind of bronze though, for some reason. made out of a bunch of screws. That's not quite a plate's worth if you're using it's like an ingot and bits to make it. Because I think we worked out you can make a, what was it, 8 strips and nails from like 1 ingot and, was it 1 bit or was it another half ingot? I forget. But either way, that's all good. That's all working. Let's double check the log file. And then we'll just skim it to see if there's anything new. Although I have lost track of where I was being saves. Logs. Server debug. We should also check server main, and we didn't check client last time. I'll quickly check the client ones because I don't know. I highly doubt they've put things like user information in the client files. Client log files. But still, just to be safe, I'll check these on my own. Oh, 1 second, I need to ban that. The bot has entered. Quick, hit it before it hits too many other channels trying to advertise. Viewers. Spam. Selling viewers. Verify. Lock. Done. Oh, they posted it twice. They tried to double message. That's a new one for the bots. Okay, where were we? Fox, wolf, dog, corgi not found. Defined in shapes. Seashells, baked variant of block seashell mustards. Okay, so there's actually some client warnings related to, I'm assuming, wolf taming and the seashell or sea and thingy ones. Warning: failed to resolve block drop smelt stack with code. Clay potion flask cream fired. Beehive kill burn. Ah yeah, I think this is from Brickworks. Brickworks used to throw these anyway. Yeah, so that's fine. Not too worried about those. Yeah, these are more concerning. That's the server. Let's finish double checking the client. Client patches. Okay. There's some patches being done to the client that should only be done to the server. This is from Floral Zone again. Item tools, site.json not found. Hint: this asset is usually only loaded server side. We'll not worry about that. Similar errors for a few other mods. Butchering has the same problem. They're patching both sides and it's telling them it only wants to be server side. carry on. Pet AI. Feel smoke. You can define which side these work on. And that's the account band. Let me just double check. Yep. They must have some form of automated moderation system in place because they action these way too quickly for a human to be able to get to it, in my opinion. I'm talking about Twitch view botters, or more accurately, accounts selling Twitch view botting. Okay, yeah. All of these are hint not found this side, normally on the server side only. And then we're loading these. So that's what the errors would have been that the client main log was talking about. Yeah, the rest of that's all fine. So let me bring you over to here now. This is all server stuff. These are concerning. What is this from? Failed recipe, plank, and grid crafting. A grid recipe with output block code purple storage. Blank track normal east. Contains an ingredient that could not be resolved. Game. Blank. It seems like a compatibility thing that's just been badly implemented. Love that. Do we have any of those types of wood? We go oct. Oh, I've missed an O. Wild beehive in... It apparently is a thing. Let's try a different one. Seer. It is probably not purposeful storage's fault then. Because this log clearly exists. I wonder if this is a cross-compatibility issue with floral zones. Syncwood Cree log. So what I'm looking at is these textures. Yeah, that's the problem. That's an issue with floral zone, I imagine. Let me have a look. Yeah, if I come down to, where is it? This one here. I don't think it's going to break anything. Board, Syncwood. Syncwood path works okay. Glove rack. I'm pretty sure purposeful storage. Yeah, it does have. Yeah, I think it's a cross-compatibility issue between purposeful storage and floral zones. Which... We'll go with this one. Okay, this isn't saying anything adds those. That just looks weird. Oh, yellow wood, because that's going to be... That must be a big tree. Yeah, it isn't just me, that is the same texture, isn't it? So Floral Zone Cape region. Okay. I see. Planks. So, the textures are what's being thrown up as the errors, rather than the actual block names. Because I just went through the texture folder, and those names were in there. This would be block type. Wood. Wooded type. Logs. Logged with resin. Okay, we're going to need to open all of these. Actually, no, we've just opened the logs and see what's in there. So the one we're looking for is Syncwood. Texture by ID. Log placed something. It may need to be in a patch file then. Patches. I assume. Let's have blocks. Trough. Block type, wood type, figurehead. Block type wax, wild beehive in log. Okay, there's the problem. That doesn't quite square up. Remaps. we get the right set? Did I open the wrong file? This is Cape region. I'm curious as to what's causing this. Because those names appear... Oh, that'd be a translation thing. Thinking about it. So... Octa T is what should be in there. Have I gone too far? No. There it is. Black Sinkwood. It may just be that there needs to be a compatibility mod added. Although Octa T doesn't appear to be in this one. But it is here. So it's not in remaps. Let me go back to here and check the localization files. Language English. That's why. So the language files are missing. It's a good job the language files were missing, otherwise this would be a little bit trickier to figure out. The language files are missing translations for the block type wax beehive ingot, or inlog. So it's missing translation for this. I think. Yeah, there's Cloth Amulet. I'm not sure how this references. I've got to assume that it references from here. It's looking for that. Block beehive in log. If I search in this for B. Block. Wild beehive. In log. Okay, no, it has a translation for it. But yeah, that's what it is. There's a missing compatibility or some compatibility issue between floral zones and whatchamacallit storage, which may have been, there was someone mentioning compatibility issues, wasn't there? In purposeful storage. It says all storage ends up being made of wood instead. This mod doesn't seem to have... Okay, someone has actually already reported this. That's compatibility on their side. Any possibility of anything sturdy gliders? That's something else. I wonder what it's doing then. Let's actually have a little closer look at the line that has the error in it. Okay. Failed to resolve crafting recipe ingredient with code. We'll go specifically for the one we're looking at. Plank octopus in crafting grid. If I What I'm hoping this will do I didn't pay attention to what the name of the actual lock was. Still, black sinkwood. Because that's spinkwood. So the log must be further down. Oh, interesting. There's two of them. One that's correctly named and one that isn't. It's irrelevant to the particular issue we're looking at, but that's strange. Okay. I was hoping it would give me the actual item name, but we're going to have to do this manually. If I enabled dev settings. Extra debug. Displays additional debug info in the debug screen. In the frame profiler. And in item stack tooltips. That is actually what we're looking for. Here we go. Right. So page code. So I don't think that's the boat seat works fine. That rank normal east. Because yeah, the recipe isn't working. Code. Global zone. That's why. That, I think I know why it's not working. That's why it's not working. Because it's not game. It's floor zone Cape region. So how would you go about fixing this? Let's have a look in purposeful storage. Because it would be nice to have this fixed. We're adding extra wood for a reason. Or extra types of trees for a reason. So if I open purposeful storage assets, we'll actually drag this over here this time. So you can see me going through it. So we have assets in here, purposeful storage. Let's see if they have patches for other things. They have patches for primitive survival, armory, and that, but not for any specific wood types. I want to look at wardrobe code. Recipes, grid, clothes, wardrobe. Okay, so how's this being worked? Item, plank, wood. Ingredient pattern, PSP, GNG, PPP. Okay, I see how this works. I've not actually added a recipe into the game yet, but this is self-explanatory. One advantage of pretty much everything in this game's mod system working as a JSON is that it is very human readable if you understand how to read JSONs, and they're not exactly hard to understand how to read. Normal wardrobe east. block code normal wardrobe east. Stick, plank. This is in a slightly different area. Wardrobe east wood. There's the problem. Did the person that make purposeful storage also make food shelves? I think they did, yeah. I can't remember whether or not food shelves worked with them. It does work with Minecraft room nuts. Let me just grab the last version of food shelves. Because there's a compatibility layer in that for fruit and wildcraft fruit and nuts, which means it should have additional trees in here. Okay. Right, survey says it's blank. Try again. Food shelves, config, variant data, add merge, recipe variant data, game planks, star, side server, name, skip variant petrified. So it just needs this. Food shells config variant data. I honestly wasn't planning to do this kind of mod work, but it has me intrigued, which is a bad thing. Purposeful storage config. Ah, purposeful storage doesn't have variant data. Why are you being like that? Come on, out you come. Default fallback. Game planks star. Star planks star. So it's adding into that. Add merge. Recipe variant data game planks. So it's add merge into here. No, it's adding into here actually, which is blank. Path, recipe variant data game. That wasn't a path I saw. Oh, I'm misreading it, I think. Yeah, I'm misreading it. It's still adding into here. It's just adding games plank star, so it's adding one of these into here. On the server side. And then it's anything in there, skip anything that has petrified. And then it depends on that mod ID. So yeah, they would need to add a compatibility layer. Which is weird that they added it to food shells, but they never added it to purposeful storage. I mean, we can duplicate this and just jam it in. That would probably fix it. I wonder if I search in here wildcraft. No one's ever asked about wildcraft in this particular one. I've lost my cursor. Hello, cursor? There we are. It is hiding. Which one did they add first? June 2012. This was added last year. Okay. So purposeful storage was added, or they made it afterward, when they already had food storage with compatibility for Wildcraft Fruit and Nut. At least I'm going to work on the assumption that they must have had compatibility for it, because Wildcraft Fruit and Nuts is several years old as well. Let me just open a bunch of these. And go search Wildcraft. Also added recipe compatibility with Wildcraft Fruit and Nuts. Added recipe compatibility for all Floral Zone mods. You can now create blocks using different lists. Okay. Curious. So, was there actually a compatibility file that I didn't see? Yeah, there's Floral Zone's compatibility file. That is weird. So basically this was a solved problem for this developer before they created purposeful storage. But no one, I don't think, actually has mentioned the fact that it didn't work for Floral Zone or Wildcraft until now, which means either it's always worked and something is broken, it is a release version, release candidate version, or it's never worked and nobody's mentioned it, which has me scratching my head. That's spiritual. This is purposeful storage. Restrictions, transformations. One more. Did I load up Floral Zone? I'm not. Well, actually, no. I do want to look at this one. Block types doesn't really matter. Why not? Barrels. Barrel rack. Nice simple block. And we need the recipe for the barrel rack. Right, okay, I think I see what the intent is. They may have found a separate way of fixing this. That's Barak normal. Ingredient pattern. attribute wood type. They may just have taken two separate approaches here and just not like changed the old way they did it, which might be why we don't have a update to food storage yet. They may be removing the legacy code and changing it to how they're doing it here. Surface, game, wood, purposeful storage variants. Hang on a second. I didn't see a variants folder. Did I miss it? Purposeful storage. Surface, debarked wood. Or purposeful storage variants wood. Well, it's the recipe that's failing, isn't it? Grid recipe output block, purposeful storage. Normal east contains an ingredient that cannot be resolved. Item code that. That's the normal version. Love rack. So it's all of them that are broken. These are all the normal versions. Wardrobe wood. And these are the special versions. So it's everything. It's broken here, and it's broken here. It's backwards. So I think this is backwards, because what we have here is this one here is specifically calling game plank woods. And then is setting the attribute of the wood type here. Whereas this one here calls basically anything plank, anything, but doesn't set the wood type. Isn't that basically the same as this, though? Any wood type. Yeah, I'm not sure. It would seem like these would never work with either the either Wildcraft or Floral Bones, which is really strange given that their other mod, Food Shelves, they added in the compatibility for both. plank wood. Where is wood being defined? Block material wood. This might be a little beyond my ability to fix, because I don't know enough about how, say, textures and things work in here. Config, restrictions, blocks, resource bins, resources, transformations. Copy attribute from B. Power rack normal east. Wood type wood. Game planks star name wood. Game plank wood. Wood equals wood. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It's definitely some kind of compatibility issue, but I don't know enough about how these are working together. But someone else has already reported it, so there's no need for me to report it as well. But this is a lot of error messages. So I think we'll have to leave purposeful storage out until they fix that compatibility issue. Because I'm not sure whether variants are their own items or not. They shouldn't be, really. My understanding was the variants were effectively the same attribute or item or object ID, just with a different color. Solid door, item ID 139, maybe they are unique IDs. So yeah, I think we need to remove purposeful storage until that gets fixed. It's interesting that this was reported an hour ago. So yeah, duly noted. This needs to come back out. And let's come back with. Okay. Everything else looks fine though. There is the weird thing, there's this extra beehives, but they are actual beehives of the correct name, so I don't think that's that big of a deal. But yeah, fungal room combs and braziers did appear to go in fine. Let me just double check the rest of this. Notifications, events, warnings, yep, more of that. Give me the same set. Same set. Okay. And what I imagine is the more detailed version. No worries, I'm going into a little bit more detail here than I ordinarily would do. I'd usually just jam mods into the pack, run it, and see if something crashes. But given that I am looking to make a mod at some point, probably, I do need to know these systems a little bit better than I currently do. So digging through other people's mods to figure out like why something isn't working right is helpful for that. Wardrobe, floor zones, we want to get rid of all of those. That one, and that one. Well, the mod is going to be called Skidink Server Utilities, and I plan for it to do 4 things if I can figure out how to do it. The ability to give players a starting inventory, the ability to give players spawn protection, that is, if you've ever played Greg Tech New Horizon, whenever you log in, change dimensions or die and respawn, you get given what is referred to in game as a bubble of protection, and all it basically does, it means that all hostile mods ignore you until you take certain actions. And I'd like to implement a similar sort of thing, or see if it's possible. I have an idea how to do that, I just haven't looked into it. The thing that I really want to be able to do, but I have no idea how to go about it, is I want to change the spawn system so that when a new player spawns in, it doesn't just spawn them in a random distance from the spawn point. The server can effectively say that it wants to spread players out all over the world so that they are at least X amount of distance from any previous player's spawn. And it just tries to keep putting players further and further away. So a good analogy of that is how mod packs like Skyblock, or Skyblock-based mod packs that all work in Dimension 0 on Minecraft. Generally speaking, your spawn point is this fixed building, and then you push a button, and then that will generate you your starting island somewhere out in the world and teleport you to it and rebind your spawn location over there. It's that kind of idea I want to implement. And the 4th part of it is just going to be a server backups, auto backup system. Okay, did that not close these? It did not close these, try again. All of that, however, is code mod, but... Oh, I'm clicking the wrong button, aren't I? Close selected tabs, there we go. Better. Okay. That would be the intent. The default way that that's handled at the minute, I need to log out, is that basically you can set a respawn point from world spawn, and then the server will try to place you somewhere within that area. And if it can't place you, it will try and put you further away. It'll keep trying to find the location. But the default configuration only goes up to 10k away. And yeah, the intent, the way I want to do it is that I'll probably regenerate spawn points along a temple band, not temple band, a region band, so temperate or whatever the server's set to, and just allocate a bunch of points that players can spawn at, and those points have to be X distance away from the previous one without going over the line of the region bands, so they don't go subarctic or something. But it's a bit more complicated because we have to intercept the way that the game handles spawns to begin with. Okay, we need to remove purple storage from there. It says it's in use because I still have these open. Okay, try again. And let's remove it from our downloaded folder as well. Okay. Back to here. Right. Those two are working. Well, those three are working. Let's try more animals next because we shouldn't have any real problem with that, and we can use the existing world to test that. We'll just run around a bit and we'll see whether or not we get the animals spawn. Okay. Now, I may make a compatibility mod for this, but it's kind of a moot point at the minute because food shelves hasn't been updated. 0.50. Okay. Actually, we did just remove a mod that added content. We've not built anything though, and I don't think it's going to spawn in world, but server's probably going to have to throw up some errors to deal with that. Oh, right, yeah, and we still have the debug mode enabled. We should turn that off. We couldn't quite figure out how to fix that. I mean, I could probably fix it just by putting in a similar implementation they did for food shelves. The main reason I'm not considering that is just because they did it for food shelves, so given that purposeful storage is newer, it doesn't quite make sense that they wouldn't have made that or wouldn't have made them work. We know there's some raccoons back there, so yeah, we probably just need to go far enough that it starts spawning new things. Although we should check the log in case it's not actually spawning anything. Oh, no, we've got birds. Birds or butterflies? We have a critter pack in here as well. Okay, the lack of any animals is a little disconcerting. Not a boar, not a rabbit, no nothing. There we go. Here we are, they have spawned. We always question about whether or not these are spawning in too high a number. But so long as they're here. More turkeys. Let's try and find some animals that are not those. Some rabbits, wolves, anything. Chickens worked as well. Just remember, I'm not actually in creative mode. There's a bunny rabbit. Okay, good. If we have a bunny rabbit, then we have vanilla spawns too. And that looked like a box. Good. Okay. Now let's check the logs. Make sure nothing else broke. We'll have to close that and reopen it. Server debug. Okay, skip over all of this stuff. I think it depends slightly on the mod. I'm not entirely sure on that one. Okay, this is the server updating itself to remove the IDs we just removed. Okay, there doesn't appear to be any errors at least for it spawning those extra mobs in. We should check the client side as well just to be sure. More animals. What's the find next button in this? F3. Carry on more. More animals. Ah, okay. We need to report that to them. They made a similar mistake that someone else has made. The animals have moved. Let's just make sure they're not patching the others as well. Just in case. So this is patches. Wolves. Wolves female, wolves male. That's not how they work anymore. I think their location is wrong as well. It's survival, entity, yeah, animals, mammals, wolves, baby and adults. Okay. Copy. What's patching this? Oh, this is probably more animals as well. This is all fine. I think this is more animals patching in food that their animals can eat. It's just strange that they're not really meant to do it that way. That's what the compatibility folder is for. By my understanding, at least. Because we have neither New World crops nor Wildcraft fruit in. And obviously the problem with this is that we don't have these mods, so we can't identify where this patch is coming from. Because it's not attached to the right file anymore. I'm betting it's more animals. But I won't tell them how to fix that bit. We will, however, warn them that this bit is broken. Oops, I put you on the wrong screen. There we go. I need to drop this into here first. Paste. Copy all. Paste that into here. Let's get the actual location. Wondering if anybody reported this already. No. So we can add this, but it looks like there could be some problems with it. I suppose we should capture one, although this one says... Butcher and Dev has stated that 1.21 broke all animal compatibilities from other mods. He'll be updating compatibilities as other mods move to... Yeah, new standard for modded animals. But that's the problem. This will technically work, but we need them to actually update to the new API. Well, it's more of a referencing system. It technically is an API, but it's just the way that things are being referenced. So we will add the note because, yeah, this is definitely not working anymore in parts. So we'll wait until they release a proper version, because then butchery will update as well, because these animals are kind of pointless without having butchery support. I think I can probably still kill them and maybe get meat from them. But yeah, we should wait until they have updated. Let me disable dev mode. Okay. So, pull more animals out as well. Well, the butchery mod itself still works. It's just apparently, yeah, it broke support with other modded animals because... that would also explain why Fauna of the Stone Age hasn't been updated yet. If they've changed the API system for all animals, Fauna of the Stone Age is going to take an absolute age to get through all of it to fix it. Which is a shame, but that's modding for you. Okay, we'll try better chisels, because I think this is the release candidate version for the current version. Actually, no, we'll move this down. But yeah, we'll try better chisels first. Yeah, 4 testers. I did not delete, which we should do, the actual mod itself. Remove more animals from there. Oh, we still have it open. So yeah, unsurprisingly, all of the mods, well, the overwhelming majority of the mods that were certified for the version we're trying to run on do appear to work fine, but ones that have release candidate versions still need some work. But this is why we test. Okay, did we download this? No. Oh, maybe we did, we're just looking in the wrong folder. Wait a second. Wait a second. I just realized I may have made a mistake. Let me delete that. I think I put the old version in for more animals, because I think I was still in my old mod folder. So let me rerun that. It may not throw those exceptions anymore. And it may be that it does actually work, it's just waiting on butchery compatibility. And while this is loading, we can actually check. Come back into here. Problem with having so many mod folders. More animals, patches, wolf. Okay, they have fixed it. Let's check the log files nonetheless. And pay a little bit more attention to which download folder I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, more. More animals. Okay, technically still correct for 2 of these. Let's pause the game. Bear. Mammal bear. Mammal bear. Okay, looks like they... I think what they've done here is that it may have been that those weren't changed yet. It just wants to be bear adult. But fox now does have baby and... So we were half right. They've adjusted some of them, they just haven't entirely fixed them. The wolf one is correct, that's the old version. So yeah, they just need changing to fox adult and bear adult. We could do that ourselves. We will let them know, now that we have double-checked things. And not made the mistake. Where is my comment button? There we go. I swear I can type. Now that's just my keyboard being a beat. Oh, come on, don't do that. Triple typing while I'm pressing other things. I need to take it apart and give it a bath in, what is it? Isopropyl alcohol, just in case. We will cite the log files. There we go. Patched house for bears and foxes need adults added to them. That being the case, we can leave the mod in then, because nothing else appears to be broken. So far as I can tell. Oh, did we not close the game down previously? There's 2 sets of log files in there. what I will actually do is, because that's an easy fix, I'll leave you on that window deliberately, because I will take their folder, we will extract it to here, which should then... no, we don't want to extract it to here, my bad. We need to extract it to a folder of its name, so that we can recompress it easily enough. In fact, no, let's just do it from here. If we pull out the bear and fox.jsons, pull them into here, and just add -adult to them. And then drag them back into their mod folder. And for safety's sake, we'll delete the cached version, as I don't know how the cache is made. Then that'll fix that bug. So we can keep that one in. Whether or not it will work with butchery, we'll see. Okay, so now I want to give better chisel a try. We need to do that in creative mode, I think, because that's going to require us to craft a thing. It's a new mod I haven't had before. Copy better chisel into here. Okay, oops, that's not what I meant to do. Well, it'll give us opportunity to see whether or not it throws any exceptions. Or errors or whatnot else. I meant to create a new world this time around. Sorry, momentarily distracted. Okay. Right, I am going to need a chisel, aren't I? Because it's an interface that goes with the chisel. I need a hammer and a chisel. If I enable... well, dev mode is already enabled. I could go into creative mode. Can I change my player to creative mode? Let me have a look. Let's see if I can keep the world and then just move into creative mode. I need to search this. VintageStory, console, command, change to creative. Because on a server, you can change permissions. And you do it that way. Okay. Game mode. 1 is survival, 2 is creative. / game mode 2. There we go. Now, how do I give myself items? I have figured it out. Chisel. Hammer. Now, I'm going to need to be told how this mod is supposed to work. New chisel mode has arrived. Press R. Okay. We're going to need to be in survival, I think, for this to work properly. So let's get ourselves some cobble of some description. Just standard cobble, if you please. There we go. We have some working material. Put ourselves back into survival. Right, so these are all the basic default modes. And this is the more complicated mode. Preset custom. So this is going to take 2 strips off. Resizable. Snap to grid. Oh, that looks like it's working. Ooh, doesn't want to do that one. Limitation of chiseling in general, or... Well, the core functionality of it is working. Going to be a little tricky to use, but it's working. That's the main thing. Okay, so we can keep that one. Don't need those open anymore. Better chisels is fine. Draconis is an interesting one, so long as it loads in fine and doesn't generate any errors. Then by the time we're in any position to actually use it properly, I suspect everything in it is going to have been fixed. Too lazy. Why have you done that? Let me try and fix that. Okay, we need you and you. We already have the version written down, so that's fine. Let's jaunt in. And that's Draconis. Okay. Let's do a little bit of tidy up on the desktop. Bit of that. Anything in here? What were you? ES2. What was I manipulating the controls for? A bunch of these I know I can probably close at this point. I want to keep this one open because, or at least one of these open that has this in it. Project Zeppelin. Oh, I remember what Project Zeppelin is. That's it's a survival crafter where you pilot a Zeppelin. I forget the name of it offhand. But yeah, I only really need one of those. These are useful to have for reference. I'm not touching Path of Exile again. That's Power World, isn't it? Yeah. Don't need another one of those open. Don't need that still open. Curse. We'll keep that one open and that one open. The references for when I need them. ES2. ES2. I want to say it's Everspace 2, but I don't think that's right. Yeah, it's nothing we're doing with the minute, and I'm not needed in ages, so it can go away. What was this from? Oh right, this is just the this is actually from Sublime Text. There we go. Tidy up, done. Okay. Where were we? We were ready to run the game again. Okay. Because this has world gen in it, albeit I believe it can add it after the fact, we will delete the configuration and I will can I copy, which one is it? Not the seed, not the world size, play size. If we copy that, we can then delete it, then create a new world. We use standard, we go to customize, and I believe if I paste, it resets things. I want to start Protocol Distance Survival Challenge. Send gravel. Player spawn and death. This is what I'm looking for. Starting climate. Warm. Apply. Go. Because I've been told by the person who made Draconis that climate matters. You can still find dragons all over, or dragon skeletons all over the place, but apparently climate does matter. So I'm assuming warmer climates are potentially better, but I don't know. I'm not going to spend long trying to look for dragons. We mostly just want to make sure that the mod loads without issue. Let's actually go to a hunter just so that we have the extra movement speed. We are underwater. Wait, the game can do this? We are very underwater. Like, very, very underwater. Well, this is new. Oh, I think I know why this has happened. Our spawn point is basically set to 0, because we're on survival. It's always going to spawn us in the vicinity of the spawn point, world spawn. Which is... Actually, no, because we changed the climate. This should be a warmer climate. Did that just... Maybe that just shifted the world rather than shifted our spawn location. Either way, we're going to need to go to game mode soon. Because, we're in the middle of nothing. Let's head down. We have no idea how far south we need to go, but how quickly are we actually moving? Pretty nippy. Oh, we have land. Do we have much land or just a little land? I think we may have found a little island. Chickens? Yep, just a little island. Let's keep going. See if we can find a bigger island. I think it's still fairly unlikely that we'll find dragon bones. In fact, before we go in search, just to see if we can find them, we should check the other things that we can check. Server debug. Right. All standard stuff. Okay. That's all fine. Floral zone. Wild farming. Some more animal stuff. There's Draconis. Good. Which is based on the existence of other things. Entities now gathered. That looks like this got cut off from something else. This is probably supposed to be up here. Something we're still trying to patch. Okay, doesn't appear to be anything wrong in there. Let me just give myself some stuff. Spells, equipment. I don't want to spoil myself too much on what's in here. I'm just looking for... Where are they? These ones, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we need to soul bind to them. Well, we shouldn't need to, because these ones, oh, that one does cost mana. This one doesn't, though. Let me get on land and equip these. In fact, why equip these? Let's just do it the other way around. Spells. Not agility, it's one of these ones. Swiftness 1. I'll go swiftness. Oh, it only goes up to swiftness 2. Swiftness 3 is too OP. There we go. I wonder if this works in creative. We now have a 210 walking speed, but I don't actually know if we're flying any faster. Oh look, fish! They didn't used to exist. Let's keep the map open so we can keep our eye out for the land masses. I think I found another land mass. This one looks foresty. How big is it though? I'm not going to spend too long looking for dragons. Boars, baby chicks. Definitely looks like a bigger landmass. I wonder if they leave a substantial enough, or if they're substantial enough that they leave a visible mark on the map that if you didn't have it in the colouring that we had it in, or have it in, you'd be able to tell them apart from the rest of the landscape. One assumes there's a guide for it in here, which we was deliberately avoiding. Guide to raising dragon. You can hatch a dragon egg by placing it on the ground, wait for it to hatch. Takes a while, so be patient. Doesn't tell you how to get a dragon egg. Dragon stone. Dragon fruit. Land coverage is currently set to, or rather, there's 40% of the world it is land, and land coverage I think is 300. There doesn't appear to be a dragon egg item. Dragon stone? Ah, maybe this is it. Shimmering gem found near the remains of a wyvern. No, that's used to make the actual schematics thing. Yeah, I need to make sure that the configuration I have will generate large land masses, which we already know it does because we used it for the previous land, and that generated a nice big area. What kind of rock we got here? Granite. But flying around to try and find if remains of dragons have spawned anywhere is a good way to get an idea for the current generation. This one is a larger piece of land, but it does look like it might be about to end. What is that? That is a big twig. It is quite literally just a big twig. That'll be from floor zones. Actually, we run faster than we fly. Other than the cliffs. We run faster in a straight line than we fly, thanks to this spell. Okay, we have hit the end of this island. Does look like we've got the temperature region right, at least. This does look like a hotter area. I don't know if I'm going to spawn myself in a hotter area or whether I'm going to leave it to chance. My current thinking... That tree's going to give a lot of wood. My current thinking is that if I can... Well, whether I can get the mod that I want to make done and working or not, I may just set up the spawn zone to be a random between warm, normal, and cold. So the middle three temperature bands on the normal hemisphere, northern hemisphere. Yeah, well, we found some islands here. We do know, because the previous world we generated was using exactly the same settings. It does generate big continents as well. Yeah, we've reached the edge. Let's keep going. There may be more here and here. I'm just wondering if we can actually find another large continent. I wonder, does movement work if I Alt-Tab away? Oh, damn it. If you Alt-Tab away while you're using a grinding wheel, and the game doesn't pause because you're in full screen mode. So if you have it in window mode, it's in the description, and you Alt-Tab away, the grinding wheel keeps going. So you can manually operate a grinding wheel AFK without needing to weigh a key down. There is a mod that would let me do something similar here. Some cliffs. Natural cave system. That's gonna collapse in on itself almost immediately. but looks like another small island. This island is not too dissimilar from the island we very originally spawned on in our last playthrough. That was mostly sand or other things. What are you? Crabs. You're crabs, aren't you? Oh, still no dragon bones. That's fine. We continue. We'll look for one more landmass. The mod's loaded fine, so I'm happy to leave it in. And that will give us our halfway breakpoint, and then we have to start looking at mods that haven't been updated in any way, shape or form, and see which ones we want to tempt fate with. Some content mods should work absolutely fine, whereas others will not. And other people have had time to test them. I shouldn't spend too long looking in the water. Surprise, this is for when I actually get around to playing. Okay. 5,000 from world spawn. Settings is still 10,000 polar equatorial, or rather 100,000 polar equatorial distance. So to reach the desert, we would have to be 20,000. It's like a fruit tree of some sort. Nope, another tiny island. Although there's another one over here that looks a bit bigger. So maybe we do want to keep the landmass thing up at 500. Because I do kind of want to keep, I do want to have like large oceans between the land masses. If you keep giving me islands right nearby for me to look at, I'm going to keep looking at them. What is that? Ooh, termite mound. I imagine breaking that is a bad idea. Bigger termite mound. Are these vanilla? I've never been this far south, so I don't know. Gazelles. Means we're probably not going to encounter wolves around here. Yep, found bamboo. I'm curious. That's probably seawater, although what's growing in it? No, this is clear water. This is underwater, still considered clear water. This should be seawater. Okay, that is seawater. So maybe Hydrate or Dihydrate has managed to fix the problem with seawater generating... Well, actually, no, that wasn't Hydrate or Dihydrate's problem, really. Maybe Terraputty has fixed the issue of seawater generating inland. Good lord. These two trees have become one. It's a lot of wood. If we didn't have Toolsmith in, that would break a lot of axes. Okay, I don't think we're going to find any dragon bones. But yeah, I think we will tweak. I don't mind there being iron chains, it's just like... Well, we know continents spawn, because again, we spawned on one last time. What I really need the game to do is just... it's like... build out a large area, just to find out what's around. But anyway, we know Draconis is working. So... we will quit out. I will have my tea break, so I get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll continue down our list. We need to do craftable cartography still. So I need to check to see if that's going to work. And then we'll go through the add when updated and see how many of these we can actually add now. Because there may be one or two that just work, but we'll see. But yeah, I'll get myself some tea, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, so I'll see you in a bit. Okay, we are back. Right. Okay, next thing is to give craftable cartography a try. What I was trying to do. It does have a release candidate version. Okay. Last message from the author was, that would be, yeah, before the release of 1.21. Doesn't appear to be anybody saying that it doesn't work, so we'll try. This needs some small amount of configuration, I believe. Excuse me. Okay, downloaded, copied. Right. Let's disable develop mode. Don't need it anymore. Check craftable cartography is in here. Yep. Right. Grab the settings from this. Delete it. Create a new world. We'll put this in Wilderness Survival this time around. As you know, if we're putting in Wilderness Survival, we can't copy in previous settings, can we? We'll have to customize from scratch. That's fine. So put that up to there. More generation, upheaval 0. Landform scale 300%. Polar, equatorial, or distance. And in theory generates a single band. Variable temperature 100%. Now what else? Land coverage, bring that down to 40%, or yeah, land coverage, land scale, we'll keep it 200. Or sorry, 500. Class exclusive recipes, I'll turn those off because even if I do turn this into a sub-server, the intent is still that players will be on their own. And we'll have a very hard time trying to collect together. This will be intentional. Temple stability. Drop that down to there. Because they're a nuisance more than anything else. Storm length is fine. I want that to be 5 times. Paste the playstyle and full world configuration from your clipboard. Now, what I want to do is save this as a custom. But we can copy paste from old worlds. The important thing is just to have the configuration files and copy it to the server. Cave-ins. Don't allow underground farming, prevent liquid spawn. kind of. I'm setting this up for my next playthrough, and I will be running it on a server. A dedicated server I own. And I am considering setting it up as a subscriber server so that other people can join, but the intent would be that you would be playing alone. You're just that's the intent of the scatter part of the mod that I want to make. Craftable cartography will then make it a lot harder for players to be able to find each other. This is partly just so that young kids don't try to join and then try to bother me. Ooh, I can play with a streamer. I have no patience for that sort of thing. I'm 40 years old, go away. Hunger rate normal, that's all fine. Strange. Oh, I'm reading the wrong line. This is lung capacity 22nd. Hunger rate slightly faster. Health regeneration normal. 10 base HP. Yeah, why not? This is a bad idea because I'm almost certainly going to select the Rust Mage class, which means we start with 10 HP minus 3.5. We start with 6.5 HP. It was fun last time, I don't see why not. Walk speed, normal. Creature strength, aggressive. That's fine. This is creature, oh rather, creature hostility, creature strength. 50% more. Creature swim speed, that's fine. Food spoil rate. This may get tweaked. There's a setting in here that I can't see in a minute. Because if I do set it up as a, it may actually have to be set up in the configuration mode manually. If I do set this up as a subscriber server, then I'm probably going to set it up with 30-day months and set the clock to run half as fast. So that a month takes 48 hours, 2 full days, and then the clock will just continually run. If I set it up that way. Everything else. That's off. Map is off. But we should still be able to enable it once we have the items to do it, which is the plan. Survival, infinite lives. Yep, put us back in the temperate region this time around. This only goes up to 10,000 here, but you can configure it higher. You just can't do it from the drop down. Grace timer, no timer, monster spawn right away. Drop inventory contents. Timer for vital and death. So this is the base settings that I need to tweak from. Now let's make sure the craftable cartography actually works. If this works, then that's more or less everything that I want. Purposeful storage we can add later, with the exception of needing to wait for X skills and culinary artillery. That's all the important mods added. I forgot to put what version this is. This is 0.2.14 of craftable cartography. Okay. Doesn't matter. Yeah, this here. Look how much health we have! Okay, we didn't spawn next to bears, that's good. These are actually edible. Okay. One assumes we can't open the map, and one assumes we can't open that. Good. Now. Game mode 2. We want the map. Oh. I'll move that later. We also need the sextant. And we might ask the temple sextant. That's not what we're after, actually. I just want the normal sextant. And then the other thing... compass. A temple compass, just a compass. Temple compass, temple compass, temple compass. Here they are, compass. Okay. So the compass... that way's north. Which means that's east. Good. Sextant. Yeah, it's good enough. Now can we open our map? No, we can't. So we do need to set up the server with the ability to open the map for this to work. Yeah. What's the configuration options for these? Let's just pause the game. Ah, there you are. You are, in fact, a scammer. Sorry, someone on Twitch. Report. Scam. Those are rare. Compared to just people trying to sell viewers. Well, we've reported them. Oh, they're even flagged as a possible ban evader. It's the weirdest thing. I'll read it out for the people on YouTube, but 2 messages. I enjoy connecting with positive people, and your profile really stood out to me. What profile? I have no profile. And if they've been paying any attention to me, they know I can be rather what's the word? British, I suppose. Complainy. I hope you don't mind me sending a request. Please kindly accept me. And then immediately afterwards, just to prove that they're a bot. Hi, love your stream and would love to join you next time. Hit me up on Discord. Here is my Discord name, so we can connect. It's a scam. It's a scam looking for small, young people who don't know any better. Because you absolutely should not be contacting people off-platform. Particularly when I think there is a DM system in Twitch anyway. What was we looking for? Yes, we need the commands for... it's not startup parameters. Where are you? It's in the wiki. World configuration, isn't it? Yep. We need to re-enable the ability to use the map and re-enable the ability to have coordinates. So / world config allow map true / world config allow Oopsie daisy. Let me just copy paste because it's going to be quicker than having to retype it all again. Copy. Paste. True. Okay. Unpause the game. Good. It does want me to restart the server, which if we're going to do that, then we may as well regenerate the world. We're in creative, so let's just have a look around. Is that an ocean or... Well, this is a hell of a spawn spot. Is that a lake or an ocean? I'm seeing potentially cattails over there. So I think this is actually generated as a lake. Yeah, cattails here, so this is a freshwater lake. Damn, if only we'd spawned here with... in the final version. Because this is a really nice spot to spawn. We've got a nice bit of flat area here to build on. We have a freshwater lake right here with cattails and everything else. Giant forest area there, nice flat area there. Bauxite there. So access to limestone. What else is bauxite good for? Fire clay, potentially. And then we have a snowy area over there that could potentially hold a an ice cap, so glacial ice. Okay. Let's leave. We'll copy the settings and generate a new world. Because why not? Copy, delete, confirm, new, wilderness, customize, paste. Okay, and then survival challenge, coordinate overlay, and map is on. And craftable cartography should effectively disable them, or at least render them non-useful. Hi Zeke, yes, wide. Create new world. Are you streaming later today? I can send people your way. Albeit I have to send people from YouTube to Twitch, but I don't mind. YouTube doesn't have a policy about that. It's only Twitch that doesn't want you to send people away. Because Twitch is insecure because they're a tiny platform. Fair enough. Yeah, Twitch is, sorry. Multi-platform streaming rules are just strange. They just read as, we're the most important, we must be the most important. Okay. Good. We have a blank map. Ah, right, yeah, but I'm not actually there, am I? This is just centering in 0, 0. We could be anywhere in the world. And we wouldn't know. So we need, once and again, to go to creative. And then we're going to need the map. We need sextant. If we get a normal one, that'll give us our actual location. It doesn't, however, fix coordinate HUD. We can see over there that they're all broken. We need a temporal compass for that. Let's find out where we are. Okay, we should be 22. Well, it's possible, but the rules are basically worded in that if you have chats visible, Twitch chats must be most prominent. If you have alerts, Twitch chats or Twitch alerts must be the more prominent one. 12,200 negative. Okay. So this way. I mean, I could. There's a command to recenter the map. We may as well find us. Okay, and down. Or was it up? No, it may have been up. It was negative, wasn't it? Oh, we opened that before we actually created the map, didn't we? I went entirely the wrong way. It's 12 negative to 3,000. This way. There is a command to enable or change where the center of the map is, but... And then upwards. We should be here. There we go. Right, now let's take ourselves out of this game mode. That's the flint we need. In before Wolf noms me and we get sent somewhere else instead. Sticks. Sticks. Don't make me start breaking tree leaves. I will. I'll do it. Well, I'll just change game mode and give myself some extra sticks. Well, more accurately, a knife. The thing I want is a knife. Oh, ducks. So the critters are working. Okay, let's just break some leaves. There's a stick. Right. Because I want to take the map out of our inventory. Because I didn't believe I should have been able to open up the map. Without the map item on our hotbar. But it may just be that the map won't update unless the map item is on the hotbar. How many of these do I need? I forget. It's like 10, I think. Yeah, if we take the map off of there, and I press M now, I should recenter it. Too far. Nope. Okay, it is working. I just didn't think... Oh, I was under the impression I couldn't open this without actually having the map item. There may be configuration I need to tweak. Let's actually use the recenter map command. Remind myself what it is. It is just recenter map. / recenter map. That's good enough. And then it's XY, so we just go 29, negative 29. Unpause, no such command exists. Is it .recenter map? There we go. And it does actually need XYZ. Right, now if we open the map, here we go. And if we take the map off our hotbar, nothing. Okay. I think there is a setting that prevents you from opening the map. Let me just pop up here. pause the game, actually check the configuration for this mod, because this is one mod that I probably do need to give a little bit of tweaking to the configuration for. Craftable cartography, open in Sublime. That's the one. There's a actual command, allow map opening without tool. We need to change that to false. That's why that isn't working. Okay. I don't think that's going to work without restarting the game, so let's just make sure that that does work still. And then that means that this one's fine. Okay, you haven't updated that? Nope, good. Load you up. Okay, and now we can no longer open the map unless we actually have the map. Okay, good. So... happy with that one then. That's everything other than purposeful storage is working well enough that I'm happy to include it. Now let's see about some other things that's being worked on. Yeah, so that one's a no-go. That is the wrong scene. There we go. Car by Caravans is being worked on. It's currently not ready. Now, how have you got double-sized? There we go. Extra overlays. I think this one should just still work. They haven't updated it in ages. This one's an easy enough one to install and test, so we'll give it a go. I want to put these as a different colour because these are explicitly not updated for. Let me do that for all of this. That way when I copy and paste, it will include the colouring. Okay, this is version 1.5. Download that, put that in there. You can close that for now. Okay, restart the game. In fact, but I need to restart the game? I shouldn't need to, I don't think. We'll just make sure that the mods list updates correctly. It's a nice, simple mod, in theory. Mods test. Hi, Genshin. How are you doing today? Extra overlays, there you are. Copy paste. That is the wrong folder. Try again. There we go. Ah, This needs common lib. Don't we have common lib? We have a version of common lib. Oh, that's config lib. We need common lib. I'm doing grand, thanks. Things are going slightly smoother than I was expecting to. There have been a few hitches. Purposeful storage isn't ready yet. It needs compatibility with floral zones. What else did we find some errors with? There was at least one other mod that we had actual problems with. Wolf Taming, I think, has some patches that are broken. More Animal has a patch or two that's broken, but nothing that's critical. And there was one other one. I think Salt and Sand has some patches that are broken. They all still work, but I did report the fact that they need to change where their patches point because a bunch of file structures changed in the default API. So yeah, extra overlays needs common libs. Common libs is outdated, but fine. We'll give it a go anyway. Is common libs really not in our list? I think I know what would have happened here. I probably keep confusing common lib for config lib. I think it is one of the mods that I do follow because it's required for extra overlays, unless I'm actually not following it. I may not be following common lib. I'm not following common lib. That's why it got overlooked. No worries. This is easily fixed. We take this. And we drop this in before that. Nope, hang on. Put that in there. And this is version 261. Right. Grab that. Ooh, that's .NET 7. Begs the question how other people say they got the other one to work, but we'll try. We've already tested Draconis. Didn't find any issues or any patch problems, at least so far as just booting up the collection of mods we have as. Other issues aren't going to reveal themselves until we get to playing. Okay, now we have common lib. Extra overlays is there. And this should be an easy enough thing to test. If entities have health bars, it's working. Yeah, I know the game has moved to .NET 8, and the templates for creating code mods haven't been updated to .8 yet. Because I'm potentially going to be making a code mod at some point. So when I was testing it and trying to run the test build, or the template build, it was throwing errors in the fact that we didn't have .NET 7 installed, or rather the SDK for .NET 7. Last I checked, yes. Oh. It's a... Well, I will reiterate what I said earlier. It's going to be a... called Skillink Server Utilities. And intended to do 4 different things. Hey, the mod is working. One of them is just going to be start an inventory, so it will allow anybody who joins the server to start with a particular inventory. The second part of it is it scatter second? No, it's spawn protection. So I'm taking a leaf, or I want to take a leaf out of Greg Tech New Horizons book. When you log in or die and respawn, or anything that would trigger some sort of spawn condition, you will spawn with quote-unquote a bubble of protection that will make monsters ignore you up until the point that you perform an action, like moving or interacting. I'm not 100% sure on how to do that. I'm not 100% sure on how to do any of this. I need to look at the actual APIs of it. But my thinking for that one is that I thought I saw in the permission system passive, and if that is correct, then I can make that mod by using event listeners for listening for server connections or server communications, and then set them to passive on a login event or a respawn event, and then remove passive whenever they move or perform an action or do something that interacts with the world. Is how I think that'll work, but again, I need to look at the API. And this is working on the assumption that I did in fact see passive as a valid server permissions that you can give to a player. The third thing is a little bit more complicated. I'm currently referring to it as scatter spawn. The idea is that it will assign each individual player a unique spawn point that they will always respawn to. So similar how Wilderness Survivor will just randomly spawn you in a location. This is the same, but it'll do it per player and it will lock them to that location. The intent being to just scatter the players throughout the world within certain parameters so that they're always like a minimum distance away from each other. And then if they die, they'll respawn to their spawn point, whatever their world spawn point is. But I have absolutely no idea how to go about doing that. Hopefully the previous section will fix that one, and the fourth part of it is just a server backup system. Server auto backup for the world, which I don't think exists at the minute. You can do it with scripts and things. But I kind of want to bake one in so that after the world saves, then it can then do a backup by saying, okay, thank you for creating the save file. I'm going to grab that and I'm going to put this in secure location over here and zip it up. Something like that one in theory shouldn't be too hard because it's just listen for file save end and then do a file move command or file copy command. But I have not touched C# in a while, so I have no idea how easy or well that's going to work. Okay, so that works. I am unconvinced our chemistry is going to work. Extra overlays, we've just done that. We know caravans won't work. Food shells, there's no point in me doing that until culinary artillery is done. One roof, we know that there's a replacement mod coming. So I don't really want to add that if I'm going to have to remove it and put a new replacement in. Does still work in the current version though. Nah. I think we'll just wait on that one. We don't have to build the roof until this guy or gal has finished updating their mod. Because yeah, just so people are aware, I'm working on a 2.0 version that will be a different mod name and ID due to breaking changes. So yeah, we'll just wait for this one to actually... We'll give them time to cook. Yeah. Yeah, so everything in this section here, I don't mind adding after the fact. So I'm happy to let most of these cook, but some of them will just work as they are, which is why I'm testing some of them. Seasoned firewood, for example, that in theory should just be a content mod that's adding in some extra type of firewood and a way to do it. I don't think this needs a code mod. Side both, does it say what kind of mod it is? Crafting tweak utility? Has anyone tested it? Does this still seems to be working? So yeah, we might be able to get seasoned firewood working. So long as we can prepare them and place them, and that's probably good enough. So yeah, my theory is like most content mods may work. There's a chance they'll work. Code mods less so, I suspect. But I don't know if like the exact range of changes that they've made to the API. I know, for example, that a lot of the animal stuff has changed. Just by the fact that we found some problems with more animals and the other one, wolves. Wolf taming. Because the references for their patches don't work anymore. Rideable creatures. That is a mod that I'm unaware of. Let me, because that might be something worth added, although there's elks. Is it double D? Wild horses. All right. Okay, so we think this will work. Seasoned firewood. Move you up. Version 1.25. I should do a double check on the server configuration files after adding these three that aren't fully updated yet, just to make sure they're not throwing some kind of error. Because even a warning could cause a problem if it's the wrong kind of warning. Oh, Creatures of the Stone Age. Right, yeah. That's all in the list. Those I wasn't kind of expecting to work. And I had actually noted that the mod author had mentioned the fact that they changed some stuff and they need to do some work on it. So it was the acronym that threw me. Yeah, Fauna of the Stone Age. Yeah. Thankfully, they can be added after the fact due to the way creature spawns just work. So I'm not too worried. Again, it's in the bottom section for a reason, because we don't need them added to actually start the server. They shouldn't cause any problems to be added after the fact. We just added seasoned firewood, so I need game mode 2. I already have a knife. I need an axe. Then I need a tree. New proper tree? Well, technically this is all the wood we actually need. Okay. Turn you into firewood. That looks okay to me. Turn you into prepared firewood. There we go. Curable. All of those look correct. Texture looks fine. One assumes ground storable. What's the cure time for these? $96 hours. I never messed around with the time commands. I know you shouldn't mess around with the time commands, it warns you not to. But we need to test a thing. Commands, I think it's just under, isn't it? Command line arguments. No, that's not the one. I think it's just commands. Client commands. Time. Can you not, please? Oh, you're not. That's a good point. I'm in creative anyway, so you wasn't going to. $8,000 seems like a perfectly reasonable amount of time. Actually see the skybox move. These are player console commands, that's why. Why the thing isn't in there. Server commands. There we go. Time. Just trying to remember what the default is. I can't remember. Yeah, it's 60, isn't it? Time, hours per day. Sure, set calendar multiplier. They're not quite gonna meet. Now they might do during the night. They're getting very close. No, I think if we get an eclipse, it's gonna happen overnight. Seasoned firewood, there we go. It worked. The main reason I was checking is because if I set this up as a sub-server, I kind of want the day to be twice as long, but I want everything else to take twice as long as well, because I want to set it to 30-day months, the server to run continually, so the clock never pauses, and then days to be twice the length. But because of that, I also want to extend how long crops take to grow, how long trees take to grow. I know trees you can set in the configuration, but crops and anything else, the only way I know of doing it is changing the time. And given the fact that that also sped up the leaves, I'm assuming that means that going speed 30 is a bad idea. But the leaves look okay. Movement speed's still fine. Stop flying. Thank you. But it is very strong wind, so... I mean, the food decay is something that there is a setting for. It's more just food growth time that concerns me. Because, yeah, I just looked at these settings. There's hours per day. Calendar speed multiplier. Sets or scans for changing the overall speed of the game. Default. That's what I'm looking for. No, so yeah, you don't use time. You use time calendar speed. And we set that to 0.5. Now that's interesting. It still says 1 day equals... Hang on, is that the default? 0.5 makes an hour pass by 50% of normal speed. Did I not change... No, we changed it back to 60 seconds, so I am over here. Okay, that doesn't add up. Because it started here. If 60 was the default, which it doesn't seem like to be. We then set it to 30, then set it back to 60, then changed the calendar speed multiplier. But... it could be that the wiki is wrong. Changes the overall speed of the game. 0.5 makes an hour pass by 50% of normal speed. So yeah, the wiki is wrong. The wiki is technically right. So far as it says the default is 0.5. It's just that immediately after it, so the line says, shows or set the calendar speed multiplier, changing the overall time speed in game. Default is 0.5, making an hour pass by 50% of normal speed. But if the default is 0.5, that is the normal speed. So yeah, the wiki is technically correct, but the normal speed is not intended to be 1. Okay, so one way or the other, the thing that we wanted to check, season firewood, that works. Right. And we can use a calendar speed multiplier of 0.25 if I want to set this up as a subserver. I do kind of want to set this up as a subserver, but if I do that, then I absolutely have to get my mod working. Maybe that's a Thursday stream. Okay. So, season firewood is fine. Spyglass. That might work? I actually never got to the point where I could make it in previous versions. As far as I can tell, still works in 0.21. Wouldn't mind an update, though. Oh, and while I remember... let's just make sure there's nothing extra in here we need to be worried about. I need to close you and open you fresh. In fact, let's open up the main log because we can scan this for straight up errors. Errors push through to the main log. Debug, we can double check that there's no warnings that we're concerned about. There's some warnings. Whether or not you need to look into them, or have already looked into them. The harnesses are not found in Attribute Render Library. But warnings don't necessarily break things. Errors are the things we're concerned about. Just warnings in patches could break things. because that's as far as it goes. Main things we'll be looking for would be anything from craftable cartography, seasoned firewood. Ah, new dragons! Not that I've seen a dragon yet. We'll see how long in our new world it takes us to find one, but... that's all fine. That's all fine. There's seasoned firewood patching, that's all fine. They still have this here. I don't know why they're still debug outputting those. Because those, for some reason, appear through to the console. The in-game console. Or at least the loading console. And they're not important. Okay, so... Spyglass. Let's see if this works. We have told that it does. This is miles 0.5.2. 0.5.2. Copy that into the right folder. That's the wrong folder. Let's not do that again. Into there. Yeah, they look like the kind of messages I would add when I'm testing something. But to be fair to them, they're going to the debug log file. That's what the debug log file is there for. You just don't normally leave them on in release builds. Don't want to clutter the console. Now that's a Minecraft developers. Good lord, reading the console for Minecraft mods is often a nightmare. Too much debug information that doesn't need to be there. Okay, we should still be in creative. Spyglass. 1 copper spyglass. One assumes the recipe is fine. Spy tube half. A piece of glass. Oh, we actually could have made this in our last world. Has a durability though. Okay, I like the functionality of that. It certainly seems to be working fine. Just need a bigger render distance, although I think it's just foggy at the moment. Low-lying cloud. Okay, nonetheless, that one's working. Leave that in. Okay. I never actually got around to the point of playing with this, because I think it needed iron. We never got that far. Last message was from March. Where's my cursor gone? There it is. This needs like this to do anything. Excuse me. And this hasn't been updated since before the previous version. I mean, there's a non-zero chance this does still work. I'm not sure. I ended up uninstalling that mod because it kept hanging when trying to render things and causing stuttering on the server and on the game. So I ended up removing it. And I think it may have been hanging because I only noticed it when I moved it to the server, and when I moved it to the server, I had actually installed Draconis on it, and it didn't have it beforehand. But it could have been a problem with the fact that when we moved it to the server, it being on the server, not the client as well, was causing problems. I copied over all of the actual Farseer files, so it may have been that, but no matter how I tried it, it would still hang when trying to load and render certain chunks unless I told them to fully load that chunk. And the only two differences would be that I moved it to the server and I installed Draconis on the server at the same time. So I was kind of thinking that, maybe when it tried to determine whether or not a dragon was supposed to be there, if it couldn't load the chunk fully, it was just continually trying to render that particular chunk and failing for some reason, but it wasn't giving any log output. It would just say, Farseer has one queue chunk that it's trying to render, and just eternally try to render it. But if I told it to actually load the chunk, it worked. I'm not trying to say that it was your mod, just those were the only two different things about it. I had moved it to the server and added Draconis. As if it was potentially considering, I don't know, the dragon bones as part of the landscape. I have no idea how it was working, I just knew that it was causing problems, so I removed it. As nice as it was to have. Easy enough to check whether or not it's been updated, though. I doubt it, though. Because I think it was already fairly behind the times. It has actually been updated. You're going to want to remove the Farseer folder. How much have they changed? Yeah, if they're entities, they shouldn't cause a problem then. Oh, if they're... I see. If they're entities, then one that was... Will they remember their location? If you enter a chunk and there's one there and you leave and come back, will it still be there? I might re-add it and see what it does, because it will be a fresh world. And it's being updated. We can test it now. So yeah, Spyglass was fine. We'll look at these two next. Let's throw Farseer on and see what it does. Because I'm happy to give it another try, because it's very useful with the terrain generation we have, that I'm using, where there's 40% ocean. Because it allows you to be out in the middle of the ocean and see the land masses in the distance and know you're heading towards land. So we'll give it a go. If it breaks when it gets to the server, then it may get removed, but thankfully it's something that doesn't break when you remove it, so we'll see how it works. Who knows, maybe they actually improved it, because it used to say it was experimental. Yeah, this mod is experimental and not thoroughly tested. But that may just be a catch-all select thing. So We don't really know whether or not this will work. It should work. We've tested it to work, but it might not work. Just covering their bases. Okay, so we did download it, didn't we? We did. I kind of wish I could, maybe there's a command to do that. Or maybe there's an executable to do it. I want to kind of launch the server. Or launch the client as a server from the desktop. Rather than copy everything over to my server. I already have a folder on my server set up for this, or testing this. But it'd be easier if I could do it here. There's a story executable. There's the server executable. Okay. Startup. Ad hoc server. You may want to temporarily multi experience with enough open to LAN. Not what we're looking for. Dedicated server, paid host, server on Windows. Navigate the location where users. Create a folder for the server data. I think we need to rename the save file to default. Mostly I just want to be able to see the server console live without having to rely on refreshing the log file. Let's just do a search to see whether or not that's something that can be done. VintageStory. Open server console in single player. It's the closest wording I can think of. Here's the server commands. Multiplayer. Privilege control, world control, server config, stats, announcement, utility debug, info debug, information about current game state, debug command. No, not quite what we're looking for. There must be a launch command that we can use to open the server console. Client startup parameters. Open world, connect, autos, or install mod. Playstyle, data path, log path. No. Damn. I mean, that's an option. PowerShell. There's absolutely nothing that says we have to load the exe by double-clicking it. Copy that, which is the target. Paste that in here. Run it. Okay, it definitely didn't like that. Okay, fine. We'll just have to use the log file then. I can't be bothered to set up manually launching the server via a command line. Okay. I mean, to be fair, Sublime Text is actually relatively good for detecting when a file is edited and updating it. Okay. Entering gameplay run. Now, is there a way that I can force you to update? Yeah, I have all sorts in this, mostly because most of it is from OC Remix. Yep. Hey! Eclipse! I think. Partial eclipse. Is that the sun or the moon? I mean, I assume that's the moon. Is it nighttime, actually? Ah, no, the sun's actually set. The sun's somewhere over there. We do still have the world clock set incorrectly, don't we? Time... calendar... I can't spell calendar. And it'll give Farseer a chance to generate while I remind myself how to spell this. There we go. Copy. Paste. There we go. Turn that off. Right. Farseer, are you doing anything? Okay. Spawn chunks loaded. Not seeing any debug notices. We have a Farseer folder. It is generating content. Although I wouldn't necessarily expect this to be written or the Farseer messages to be written to the log file. Maybe it's in World Gen? Nope, that's empty. Main log file. Oh, there it is. It's in the main log file. Notification, Farseer. Build and height map for certain number of faraway regions. Warning block schematic file. Large grass used could not be found. Will be turned into air block. Glazed flower pots. Breathe. Breathe. Okay, so it is generating. We could give it way more threads than it probably has access to. Like a ridiculous number more threads. We have a 59 or a 5950X. We have 16 physical cores and 32 threads. We can throw more CPU cores at this. I'll go Ice Nest because I like my blue. What color is the dragon? I assume it's a light, sorry, a light color or a light blue whitey color. Bearded vulture. One moment, please. Ooh. There's a few different colours of this. I think I'd still go ice, because you could always add a not necessarily a necrotic dragon, but it's like a dragon that is like mostly dragon bone, and that would make sense to have a bone nest. Yeah, I did a DuckDuckGo image search. So I've got a bunch that are actually kind of red, reddy orange, but there's a few of these that are white. Black wings, all of them. Red eyes. Are those eye? Yeah, no, there's red eyes, and their iris is like a beige color. I mean, looking at all of the images of these, I would actually probably go for just a more like a stone mountainous nest. But I don't know what the maple dragon has. Because this does look a lot more like a cliff/mountain bird. At least from all of the pictures I can see. Okay, what were we doing? Yes, we was waiting on Farseer and deciding that we could probably give it a lot more cores than it currently has. So let's do that. We have 32 available threads. I see no reason not to give it a few of them. Mod config. Farseer. I don't know whether or not I need the client or the server. Probably the server, but we'll grab both. Chunk queue threshold 64, height map grid size, max client view distance. Oh, it doesn't have a thread count. I thought it did. Oh no, it's Terra Pretty. Terra Pretty, you can tell it how many threads it's allowed to use. I think. I know there's a setting somewhere that I changed when I was looking at trying to fix Farseer that allowed me to increase the number of threads it could generate. Chunk gen queue threshold. Disable process login. Or progress login. Max client view distance. Map grid size. Or maybe it's actually, maybe it was a vanilla configuration server option. Hopefully there's nothing in here incriminating. This is the default server file. Good, it hasn't grabbed my IP address. Max chunk radius. Tick time. Block tick, tick interval. Player group used building had limited player. Game mode move. Limited creative player. Survival player. Creative player. Survival moderator. Creative mod player. Admin. Isn't there a creative visitor can chat. Survival visitor can chat. I'll have to look it up again. Attack creatures, attack players. Yeah, I'm hoping there is something in here that allows me to set a player to passive as far as other creatures are concerned. If not, I have no idea how I'm going to do the thingy mod. The spawn protection mod. Because I don't really want to set them to creative. Although, if I change myself to creative, I no longer get targeted by enemies. So there's got to be something. There must be a way to manipulate this in such a way that I can allow players to spawn and not be attacked until they move. By manipulating the privileges. But not what I was looking at. World config. Why am I doing it this way? Red. Maximum thread block tick. Okay, it's not in here. We'll check the client settings, but I don't know what's in the client settings, so I'd be surprised if it's put my user details in here, but still, check it. Is there thread in here? Off-thread bitmaps. Float settings. It does have my multiplayer server in here, so it's probably a good... Wait, how does it have my server settings? Where did it get that from? This is my dev. Oh, we did copy it. We did copy these settings from our main one. That's why it's in here. Okay, that's fine. I don't know where I saw thread then. But I thought it was possible to speed up the procedure. So let's just log back in and allow it to run. And while that does that, we'll have a look at some of the other things. That we can add. So did I follow this? Refollow that. Okay. Oh, they've updated the critter pack again. They've had some real issues with that update. They updated it like 4 times earlier today, and now they've updated it again. Another crow fix. Removed unused code from the mod temporarily. Okay. Right, so while that ticks over, let's come back to here. Bring you with. Okay, we'll leave that there because we will... Actually, let's double check. What did they say? Another crow fix again. Removed unused code from mod temporarily. Mod config reader issue. That doesn't sound like they've actually fixed it. And it wasn't crashing for us, so I don't know what problem they were having. Error exception was thrown starting mod. Strange. I mean, it's the off in the way of things. Okay, this is broken. It looks like it should work. Okay, we'll try something else. Does it work? Seems to be working. Send it out to the user. First contact with the enemy. breaks. Okay, so yeah, may as well. We follow the mods so that we know when things are updated, so we may as well just keep things up to date if we are keeping an eye on them anyway. Here are the notifications. Right. This in theory is just a content mod. It's a content mod that uses this, and this is a content and code mod, I would assume. Because it's just adding a more advanced, or an advanced alchemy system, effectively. It might work, but I don't even know how it's supposed to work normally. We never got that far, because, yeah, as I said earlier, it requires more iron. We'll give it a go, because I think alchemy is updated. Have they added new potions? That could be something that breaks things. Added new chamomile shape and texture. Changed the drinking animation to use the vanilla eating animation, since it uses depreciated functions and causes crashes for some players. Translation. Craftsman recipe for clay-related items. I don't think either of them use clay-related items. I think it's metal. It's pure metal. They might work. There's a non-zero chance these work. So we'll see. This one first, as that is dependent on it. This is 1.3.1. And this is 0.2, no, 1.0.2. Okay, how are you getting along? 200. You are struggling a bit. You do have a large area to build height maps for. Is there a reload button? Or hotkey? Reopen with encoding, not quite what we're looking for. Find, replace, view, tools. I mean, we can try F5. Nope. Have to tag back and forth. Okay, let's log out so we can give this a try. Okay, we need to delete the old critter pack. And then add in these three. Fire the server up and see if it complains. Rather, fire the game up and see if it complains. Okay, that one's there and appears to be okay. Our chemistry is there and appears to be okay. Yep, that's just a content mod, so that one should work so long as our chemistry hasn't changed much. It's the code mod that might have a problem. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'm terrible at builds anyway. So long as I'm not living in a cube, I'm happy. Detailing, not my strong suit. Okay, this one we do want to be looking at the the client logs. Please be aware that as of the server and default configuration changed, the server is no longer registering themselves in the public service. We know that. I was going to say, hello game. I've spawned in. No, it has actually loaded. It is displaying on OBS. It's just dark because I don't know why OBS does that. Okay. Right. Checking server consoles. Right, that's going away. Patches. Patches I'm most interested in are the ones from our chemistry. That's alchemy. Alchemy, there's our chemistry. Okay, it's not even listing any patches from our chemistry. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Well, I suppose we should just test it then. Oh, we can search by mods now, can't we? I think. This won't be under, the bits and pieces are going to be under the other mod. Bliss. The ability to search by mod name. Thank you. That made that so much easier to find. Let's get rid of these. I suppose here's a question. Iron hoops, this is why we never got this far. It does still work. Although technically it's down here as well. I assume that's so long as the developer has actually added the filters to these. Anyway, we need a boiling flask. I don't know which ones of these we need. We'll just grab one of everything. Okay, fine, we'll move you out the way. Where the hell did you go? I wanted to move it, it's disappeared now. Retort. Okay. So, I don't believe there's a guide in-game for how this is supposed to work. Distill any weak potion base and 1 litre potion tea in a boiling flask, linked to a retort deck. So we would need this. Okay, there we go. It's not floating. Yeah, that's for vanilla potions, though. This is a enhanced version of it. So this tells you how to make it in a barrel. But alchemistry allows you to make, or will only allow you to make strong potions from this, in theory. I've never actually tried it. Aquavitriol. Liquid containers. Yeah, according to this, you can't actually do anything with aquavitriol, which is how you make strong potions. Because alchemistry removes it, which is why I need to know whether or not this works. So we're then going to need an oil lamp, I assume. Ceramic oil lamp. Why does bowl have a W in it? Which person who made that word made that decision? Okay, so next we're gonna need... We take a weak potion base. We'll go with healing just because. So that's just it mashed up normally. And then I need potion tea. Whoops. And I think this is just mixed in a barrel, isn't it? Interesting. The recipe for this isn't even listed. That could be a problem. So we better go through all of the steps to make these. It's all very well spawning them in. We have the things we need there, so let's just yeet these onto the ground. Let's get that, put that there. So, in order to make... We need one of these. And then we need... I was right, there it is. Cat mints. Horsetail. Lily of the Valley. And something poisonous. Okay. So... Nothing around here gonna kill me if I go into survival mode, is there? Because I don't think I have access to a crafting grid. Okay. Game mode 1. We are instantly freezing to death. Hang on. Ah, no, we don't have a knife anymore either. This is a fixable problem. Can I spawn a fire pit? Old fire pit, old fire pits. That's what I'm looking for. Boop. Let's try this again. There we go. And our temperature's actually the right this time around. Okay, so we take this, the poisonous mushroom, and I think the horsetail to make potion base. These two to make weak healing oil base. And then to make the potion tea. I think we need this. Does water come in containers? Buckets of water. I don't actually know how much of this I need, so let's put that down and throw it that away. And then put us back into game mode 1. And then borrow this. Take a liter of that, put it in there. Oh, this is hot water. That was not my intention. This is the wrong kind of water. This water's probably fine. Water. Okay. So the problem is potion tea doesn't appear to have a recipe. To make potions, you'll likely need to start with potion tea. To do that, you need to let a simmering potion tea base. Oh, right, yeah, no. That's why we can't. This doesn't work. I forgot about that. This needs culinary artillery. Because it changes how you make potion tea by using a saucepan. You mix the weak potion base, or the potion base, in a saucepan with 2 liters of water. That's why the recipe doesn't appear. So yeah, this isn't going to work until the culinary artillery is updated. We could have found that out if we had actually just read what's on the mod page. So yeah, this is no good. No go. We need to remove them, or they'll just be turned into air blocks anyway. How can I delete that stuff? Get it out of the world so we can remove them from the world. Oh, there's a crow. Which to be fair, we didn't see crows last time. It wasn't that there was too many of them, we just didn't see any. Okay, so that being the case, how far did Farseer get? Server main. It's getting there. 150 faraway regions still to generate. It can continue in a bit. Okay, bring you back up to here. Right, and remove both of those mods. Alchemistry. Alchemy should still work. Okay. And update our mod list. Okay, and pull them out. Why didn't I try better fire pits? Better fire pits may actually work. Okay, well, since I've seen it and it's there... Oh, Spyglass we've already updated and worked, didn't we? Better fire pits. Tested, confirmed, working. These are words we like to see. Let's actually cut from here this time rather than copy. So it removes it. Right, this is version 1.1.6. It's a nice simple mod to test. What you need to do is you need to add a debug option that puts a great big pillar directly over the top of them, like old Minecraft strongholds used to have. I think it was. When one spawns, just generate a giant pillar of light. Or failing that, a giant pillar of blocks. Fire pit. Well, we have a fire. The thing we are missing from the fire pit is something to burn in it. Like flint. Although I don't think this is going to get hot enough, is it? How hot does this need to get? Yeah, we're going to need some something that burn better. What's that really good coal? Close enough. I wonder if I can speed it along with a spell. Ignition. Tier 3. I have no idea how hot this is going to make it. Did it work? I don't think it worked. Probably because it was already on. Maybe released too soon. Okay, so the only thing we're looking for is once one flint is processed, it doesn't need to heat up again to process the next flint. And then that's all this mod does. Good. Keeps its temperature, resets the clock. This is what we wanted to see. Okay, so that one's fine. What next? Stone quarry. I can see that still working. It is a little bit of a complicated mod, but everything that I know has changed in 1.21. I don't think there'll be anything... The texture thing might be a problem. Just install the mod. Test and Stone Engineer can confirm. Didn't run into any issues. And it looks like the splitter mold is missing. I was under the impression there wasn't any molds. Oh yeah, if there are any molds in it, then none of those are probably going to work because clay stuff has changed. In the version, crashes to desktop when you try to do anything from slab. Rough trip fizzles. So that one says it's crashing. Just so you understand, this mod isn't listed as compatible. So I don't know where your problem will crash. So I don't know. Actually, it's very beneficial. It lets everyone know whether it works or not. Server owners and people trying to play with friends. Going through right now, downloading mods. Yeah, getting ready. Appreciate the notification. This says my own 7 found no issues. Neither quarrying nor chiseling from blocks. That's mixed messaging. Some people say it works, some people say it does not. We'll come to that one next. Let's do something far more important. Let's see whether or not make tea works. Make tea is not going to work. Clay form teapots and mugs. Fire them in a pit or a beehive kiln. Yeah, there's 0 chance that works. I don't even need to test it. They changed the clay system. If your mod touches it, it's broken. Okay, needs update. Food shelves most definitely needs update. Well, probably. I would be surprised if it does work, but it needs culinary artillery and expanded food to update first anyway, otherwise there's no point. Expanded blood bread, that's another nice and simple one. Can't see any reason this shouldn't work. Ah, no, it won't work. Requires butchery and expanded foods. So Bloodbread's not going to work. What about Pewiter? I think we already checked this and somebody said it didn't. Version 1.21, game crashes when trying to place a candelabra on the wall. The candles in the bowls don't fit. Future plans, passcode. Pewiter. Adds Pewiter an alloy craftable metalware tableware. Alloys Pewiter. Crocks, bowls, jugs, candle lamps. Candle lamp, simple oil lamp created with a Pewiter bowl and a candle. Candelabra. Provides light level 11, can be placed in the floor wall. So it's partially working. Okay. This should be a content mod. Can't see why placing the candelabra on the wall would break things though. No worries, Shins. Thanks for dropping in. I can't think of, why a change would cause these to break. It's not like it's using a complicated texture. It is a complicated mod, but... Game crashes when trying to place candelabra on the wall. Candle in the bowl does not fit on the wall higher than 1 block above the ground, as before. When was the last update to this? 11th of March. A while ago. Should be fixed in Pewiter 122 and all add-ons. Curious as to whether someone else has... updated them. They're not important things. It's going to be a while before we have the materials to make them anyway. But yeah, the fact that it says it crashes. We can test this. We'll grab the 3 of them and we'll see whether or not they work. Or rather the 4 of them. It could be that they're having an interaction with something else, but we'll see. My concern is more just that the mod developer hasn't responded since March. They may not be looking at or working on this anymore. Are these the only mods they make? No, they have a few others. But I think some of these may have been updated. That's modified. Metal tongs. Updated in May, so yeah, maybe they are still about and working on it. They just haven't got around to it yet. This hasn't been updated since March. We'll give it a go. We'll see what it does. Bass Gold Electrum. Okay, 1.2.3. Was that 1.0? I said 1.2.0, but I think I read 1.0.2, yeah. 1.0.2. Thank you, Power Toys. I didn't need to know that. 1.0.1. Okay. Let's restart the server. Just before then, let me see how fast CU is coming. It is processing still 138 faraway regions. We're in another collection of islands again, by the looks of it. Working on the assumption that this is in fact sea. Obviously there's a landmass over there. This continues on that way. Is that just because it hasn't generated that? Or is there actually a sheer cliff face there? No, it just didn't generate it properly. Okay. So it's working as far as I can tell, in which case we'll reuse these settings and create another world once we've added Puriter in it. I'm not expecting it to need a new world, but I kind of want to just iterate on world generation to make sure we can, or we are still getting large continents. Right. We need to add these 4 mods into our mod list. We need to remove, if we haven't already... Oh no, the last thing we tested was better fire pits, and that's fine. Let's just check the debug log for any errors. Okay, nope, the only error is the error reporter. As in, the only text with the word error in it is the error reporter. Did I never change my title from soon to live? I did change it to live. I genuinely do not remember doing that. Okay. Now I need to fix my top monitor so I can see all the windows that I'm supposed to be able to see. There we go. Right. Single player. Copy the settings. Delete this world. Create a new world. Wilderness survival. Customize. Paste. I don't think there's anything we want to change in there. We want to make sure that this will do the job. Determines how much ocean will be between pieces of land. We may need to actually look at the TerraPretty settings themselves and tweak them. If we're still not getting nice big continents. As well as islands. Interesting. Block metal new rivet Puriter. Okay, so Yeah, that shouldn't cause an issue. That's a compatibility between Pulitzer and better structures. Well, this is not a good place to be starting. It's a good job we're immediately going to go to game mode 2, because we're testing. Does the snow layer mod work? There should be a layer of snow on the top of here before any ice. If there is any ice. Yes, I think the snow layer mod is in fact working. Good. Let me just give myself the JPS. Good. Suddenly, distant things appear. Okay, so we should now be able to have that open and the minimap. It has placed us very, very south, actually. I think. Nope, nope, we are very, very north. We are 15,000 blocks north. Although that said, we're actually very high up. Even floating up there with 200. So yeah, we're well above sea level up here. Sea level is somewhere around about 140. Oh, actually no, that means we're not that high up really in the grand scheme of things. Tea. Can this actually be used to make tea? One must know. It cannot. For shame. Okay, so we need to test Pulitzer. I would like it to... We shouldn't have gone to a... The region distance should be 20k. No, this would have put me in temperate region, wouldn't it? Wait, no, think about this. Equatorial... Pole equatorial distance is 200k. So it's 40 per region. 40k per region. We should still be in the temperate area. In theory. Not that any of this is what we're here to test. So, we were told things crash. If we were to put a Pulitzer candelabra, which does work, on a wall. That's an Arctic wolf. No, that's a polar bear. What the devil are you doing at this altitude? Well, rather, this... We're negative 14,000. We shouldn't be in the cold region yet. Unless I've got my configuration wrong. World config. Let me just check. World configuration. World config. This isn't something we should be able to change, but we should be able to query it. Survival challenge. World map. World generation. Which one is it? Snow accumulation, tin, global forestation, precipitation, temperature, story structure and distance, world edge, landform, geological activity, land coverage, world climates. None of those. World map. It's none of those. It's probably something that we can't query because it's not something we can modify. World map. Survival challenge. Shouldn't be any of those. Spawn death. Oh wait, no, I just didn't scroll far enough. We need to go underneath all of these, don't we? Temple storm frequency. Configuration not in the customized world screen. Actually, no, this stuff should be in there. Did I go past it? Nah, it's not something we can change after the fact. Anyway. Yeah, okay, that crashes. Nice and simple, we don't keep those. So let's delete the 4 of them. Delete them from the downloaded folder. And come back over to here. Pull them out of here. And back where they came from. I mean, to be fair, these ones may not. I suspect it's just the top one. I suspect the base mod is the only one that actually needs an update. Now let's actually have a look at that error message. Because this person just said that it crashes. The better question is, why does it crash? Okay, so it's generated the world. I shouldn't have closed the crash log. Crash log should have been saved, even though I did. At least I would assume the crash log should get saved, even though I tapped away. Generation. Fox red baby male attempted to play animation code, for which its shape does not have a dive. I don't believe that that is what caused it to die. Let's see. Okay, the only error in the error log is actually, it might be in the client log. Because it was the client that crashed. There we go. Involving Harmony ID inventory tweak patch. Now, why the hell would that do anything? Missing field exception. Field not found. API common collectible object. So it's because it's emissive. Mod block entity, entity candelabra initialization, iCore API. Client pause status now off. Warning, failed to resolve block, smelt stack. Okay, no, we've seen those before. They're fine. Our mod list should be longer than this, I thought. Critical error occurred in the following mod, involving in Harmony ID inventory tweak patch. Involved Harmony IDs, inventory tweak patch. I can't see how inventory tweak would cause it to die. Let's look at the debug log. Check for any errors in here. Error reporting. Okay, there's no errors in the debug log. Mesh, we don't have indicating memory leak, code disposal, set environment. That could be the result of the crash itself. Yeah, I think that's the crash itself. It happened right before it. So I don't think that's a problem. There are a lot of errors. Dead bird credits you can use in shape, but tree creature. Missing mapping for texture. Okay, yeah, so yeah, Buttree was known to have some problems. That may get fixed. Strange that there's so many of them, though. Okay. Repeated the same lot again. More or less. Okay, yeah. Server fired up, and this is where it died. Field not found. I already deleted the mod, didn't I? Let me download it again. Let's have a look inside. Let's open her up. Because I'm curious as to why it should cause... Okay, there's a DLL in here. Why would they need a DLL? What are they doing here that couldn't be done as a content mod? When did they first make this mod? I can't think of any reason why this couldn't have just been a content mod straight up. I don't know how you would add a croc. Or... well, no, it must be possible because, was it Bricklayer? Doesn't they add different coloured pots and or crocs and things? That aren't made out of clay? So you must be able to define another object as a croc. Or to use the croc system. All of this is doable in a content mod? Sleep wave, cheer, shrug. Maybe it's this bit? But no, because if you can hold it in your hand, then you don't need to. No, I don't think that's something you can't do. That just kind of gets handled automatically, doesn't it? So this is the bit that's crashing, basically. So we actually have, so yeah, it's, because it's a code mod, which means I can't fix it one way or the other. Because I do not know enough. So Purita block mod entity kind of initialize. API. Field not found. So it's the, assuming that they put it where it's supposed to be. Init rotation, initialize is not top, like you should do. Where is your initialize method? Apparently not here. Oh, was it a block entity? Block entity candle. There's your initialize. This.light HSV. Base.block light HSV. So this is the problem. That's saying this, as in... Here it's a block entity, class, block entity. So it's assuming that block entity has light.HSV, which must mean that at some point it did do, and now it doesn't. Actually, no, here it is. Why are these at the bottom? These should be at the top. You put all your attributes and things at the top of your class, not at the bottom of your class. What are they doing down there? So yeah, it's assigning it here. Which then begs the question why this fails. Oh no, it's this that fails. I'm betting. Field not found, vintage storage, API common, collectible object, light.hsv. Yeah, it's the vintage storage API doesn't have that anymore. So base is block entity. Block is the actual block that this is. And light.hsv is a property of that entity or that object. So yeah, this is gone, which is why it doesn't work. Still don't know why this has to be a code. They have a really, really powerful content library thing. I don't see why they would need to go this far I could kind of understand it for the croc, though, because the croc is actually a very complicated object in-game. And you're basically wanting to reuse all of the behavior of that in your own class. So I could see it for the croc, but I don't know about why they would need it for the candelabra. The only thing I could think of is that it would have multiple sources of light. If it was doing it properly, one for each of the candles. Don't know. Either way, doesn't work. Yeah, so let's close these and that, and then re-delete this. Crateful. Crateful might work. It is very outdated. So they say it still works. I'm fairly sure Zeke is using this in his instance, which is still 1.20. Do we actually need to tell it that it's the right version? 1.2.8. That's the wrong folder to copy things into. Where are you? There you are. Drop that in there. Okay. Creates a useful bulk key Z. You can insert and extract multiple stacks at a time. Changes the insertion mechanisms of crates to no longer require that the item type inside the crate also be in your hotbar slots. Gonna have to get a new mug of tea in a minute. Okay, let's regenerate another world. That's correct. I doubt very much it broke the last world, because it likely wouldn't have saved the fact that it was placed, but again, we're testing settings. So yeah, polar equatorial distance is 20k blocks. So it should be 40k per region. You're supposed to start in... I suppose it would have put me... It did put us 15k north. That's pushing us towards the cold region. And we was fairly high up. It was a more hilly and mountainous area. So I can see why it'd be that cold. Still seems a little bit too far, or not far enough north for a polar bear. Okay, let's roll again. Where are we? Ah, we didn't actually check whether or not Crateful said it could load. I know I can modify the mod info so that it says it's for the current version. I don't think that would stop it from loading, not having done that. But Crateful doesn't add any content. Grateful probably is just a code mod. I don't know why I keep going. That's the water. 9 days for the next temporal storm. This is very... Oh. This is what happened to me the first time I ever played this game. This level of fog. I wasn't in the middle of the ocean. I was in the middle of a forest. Right, game mode 2. What else? Give me a JPS. We do need some form of land. Okay, for reasons I cannot explain, the map isn't, or the mini-map isn't loading. It loaded last time, when we have a JPS. Where are we? Dot recenter map. We are reasonably far south. Let's just head in a westwardly direction. Because we're going to need land to place things on. I am a little disconcerted though that that's 2 times the game has just dropped me in the middle of an ocean on spawn. Because that could be problematic. Well, we found a nice big ocean at least. Good lord, this is thick fog. Interesting flying animation. I think we only get this little icon here because we have a JPS. Oh, there we go. The minimap's working. I'm curious as to what... server main... Cancelling generation of 19 faraway regions, no player in range. It's trying to generate regions. This is kind of a good sign. Because as I said earlier, we do want big oceans. That was the plan. Maybe some continents. Didn't necessarily want to drop the player in the middle of a big ocean. That's going to be a problem. It didn't do that previously. In spite of how much ocean we had in our last world, we always ended up on land. So I wonder why now it's able to drop us in the middle of an ocean. I wonder if that's a problem with Terra Pretty or a problem with the base game. And or we just got really lucky last time in our last world. Okay, we passed lateral 0? Yeah, I think it's lateral. Longitude is up and down, isn't it? I think. Hey, land. Okay, nice. Slightly more significant amount of land than first seemed. Good. Okay. We'll come over here because it's flat. Okay, right. We've still not really seen a big continent recently. We've respawned on a bunch of islands. The last one was a fairly large island, but it was kind of a high island. Okay, we need a barrel. Not a barrel, a crate. Not a create, a crate. Let's get a standard crate and a modded crate. One down here, one down here. Let's get rid of both. Okay, now what do we need? Stuff to put in the crate. I'm not looking for the plants. What would be the item? There's the item. Can I give myself a stack? There we go. Okay. So if this works, we can... Let's see. Add all items. That looks like it's working to me. Fairly sure that's all Grateful is supposed to do. Oh right, there's also the Z key. How did we wind up with 2 extra? That's concerning. We got nothing but stacks. Why is there two extra? Okay, Z key doesn't appear to work. Here we are. Toggle pile / crate bulk. Push inventory. Ah, there's a conflict. I don't think I really want any of these on these. These are being used for anything. Resize chill selector. Yeah, no, ours being used for something. What about Y? Y is not being used for anything. Y, Shift Y, Control Y, Alt Y, Control Alt Y. That doesn't appear to do anything. Oops. That's the to-do list. The important part of it is working. Working on the assumption that they didn't just change the default behavior to be that way. Toggle pile / crate bulk. Oh, it's a toggle. Toggle true. Toggle bulk. Grab all, insert all. That's how it works. Okay, if it's a toggle, it doesn't need to be on Z. We can put it somewhere else. We can put it further away. I think we already have something on L. We do not. Okay, you can go on L then. And I'll change these back to Z. Okay. Looks like there's potentially a bunch of islands here. Let's just have a look around. Looks like it's just another small island, or Farseer just hasn't got that far out yet. Yeah, because they're small islands. Well, I'm mostly just wondering whether or not this is just another small series of islands. I mean, there is enough here that, depending on whether or not you can get enough surface copper, you could still make a start. Of little islands. Oh. And that's the first reef we've ever found. We'll ignore it and keep going. Bit bigger island. Maybe, maybe not. No, I think this is a bit bigger. Might not be much bigger than this. That would make it as big as the island we started on our first playthrough. But at least most of this is trees and greenery, so you could make a go of this. Be boating around a bit. So I think we're definitely going to need the first part of the mod that we're planning on making. So I think that's just what we're going to do on Thursday. We're gonna mod make, and we'll try to make sure that as a minimum we have starting inventory. And your starting inventory is going to be a temple gear, a canoe a canoe ore, a crude ore, something edible, and you're also going to need fluids. Thankfully, so long as you're on the canoe, you're not counted as moving. You're effectively counted as sitting, so you consume very little food and water. But I don't really want to start players with a crock. But we got to give them something that has fluid in it. What would be the most hydrating vegetables? Or fruits? Okay, pickled vegetables have fluid in them. Base vegetables have slightly less, but they do have fluids. Pies, I don't think. Oh, interesting. They've changed the format of this, but pies now by default give you health. I thought that was... I may have been wrong. I thought that was just a extra food sort of thing. Proper instructions. Wait, you can make... I didn't realize... I never actually tried that. You can make the base and the top out of different bread. Of course you can. We'll worry about that later. Let's not worry too much about, it's like, how do we keep people that spawn in the middle of the sea able to stay alive long enough to reach land? Because otherwise we would then have to make sure that we got our spawn system working, and that spawn system would need to make sure that the location that the player spawns is near land. So we'd need to do some kind of probe on whichever chunk it decided to drop them. It's like, is there land here? Okay, no, let's try here, 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 here. Which could be problematic. That's going to be a pain in the arse. Problem for Thursday, maybe, if we get that far. Okay. So Crateful works. Does it actually moan about it? Crateful code? No, it doesn't even say Says it might be out of date, might not load properly, but it works fine. All good. Okay, I saw... Interesting. Wolf taming, 2 updates. Yep, there we go. So yeah, it's just because they got this wrong. I don't know whether it causes any problems, but let's grab that. I don't even think that's a compatibility patch. That's more just a patch for the base game. So we grab that. We need to delete the old one. Let me reorder my folder. There we go. Drag that into here. And delete that one. Okay. Do we even try Stone Quarry? Let's check something first. If Stone Quarry does in fact add, because I never paid attention to it, but if it does add clay forming recipes, then we'll just skip it until it updates. Because too much has changed for the clay stuff, that even if we're not using it, I would rather not touch it. One moment please, because I'm now loading an old instance. It's asking me to put in my username and password again. Okay, so let's check this. Thankfully, I have... It's an older copy of my world, but I have a copy of my world. So we'll fire this up and see whether or not there's clay forming recipes. And if there is, then we'll wait for it to update. And then I think that's everything checked. Grateful works. I suppose the next thing we could try, we could give the 3 maybe add mods a quick go. Okay, we should still have a tiny amount of clay left. This is before we went farming after the last time. Oh, it is much older than that. Okay, what we got? Shovel mold, prospect pick mold, axe mold, fish lore, bed and eels, hammer mold. Okay, I don't know what that other person was talking about then. There doesn't even appear to be clay molds for that mod. Spit and mix axe facts. Those are all standard ones. I know where that one comes from. I wonder if it's Brickworks? Maybe Brickworks stopped them from loading. Okay, but at least as far as this is concerned, they don't exist. Do I have any red clay left? No, we have fire clay. I doubt they're fire glue recipes. Ah. Okay. We'll give it a try. It might work. Oh, that's what keeps adding a line into here. It's whenever I'm going... I've been wondering what's been making some of these like start extending out. It's because I'm pressing Control Alt and then 5, which is the button I'm using to pull you over to my display of my right monitor. Okay. So this is version 3.4.3. Okay, change my modified. Copy that into there. Okay, one moment please, because we're going to have to log in again. Okay. Let's just make sure it doesn't outright fail. There's Stone Quarry. Let's generate another world. See if it drops me in the middle of an ocean again. Okay, what are we going to need to test this mod? If we're going to test it properly, we need a pickaxe. We're going to need the splitters. And then we're going to need a hammer and one or more of the 4 chisels. Okay. Right. First things first. Game mode 2. JPS. Right, we need a pickaxe. We need splitter. Hammer. Now, I can't remember the tools, but... oh, look. Convenient. I feel like I'm missing one. Which one didn't I grab? Maybe it's just a vanilla chisel then. Okay. This is an interesting place to spawn. We need to recenter the map on us. Oops. I think we actually spawned on a continent this time round. That looks like a structure. That is a structure. Let's not go anywhere near it. We need a cave. We are heading south. We're already slightly south, so technically we're going to be heading towards the what is this? Subtropic? Can't remember what the specific region is called. That looks cave-like. Does it go deep enough though? Yeah. It's sandstone. Ooh. This is technically okay. Can we go deeper though? Can we find a harder rock, please? Something a bit more substantial than sandstone. Granite will do. Does this have the... No, I guess it's just a modified version of these. I was wondering if I could just grab one that had gold already in it. Okay. This will do. Right. Please don't spawn any enemies. Something we forgot to bring, or forgot to add into our inventory. Ladders. We might be able to make do with this area here. So the things we care about most is one that we can actually... Oh, we didn't actually... we need to go back into creative mode anyway. Because you need 6 of these. Okay. Yeah. We're still in creative mode. Oh, that bit's working. That bit works. Right. Okay. I think we need the hammer in the offhand. This will get us polished rock. Good. This will get us cut rock. Good. And this will get us bricks. It works. Mod working absolutely fine. Okay. Whoops. Well. In-game minutes left for player revival. Oh, right. Am I not allowed to respawn that time? Interesting. That's new. Who is it? Oh! No, that's for other players to revive me, I assume. Okay, we need a new JPS. Where are we? We are miles away. Recenter map to 1747 150 11974. Oh, sorry, 17417. We are here. No longer on a continent by the looks of it. Oh, maybe we are. Maybe we're on the edge of the continent. I mean, this could be a lake. This might actually be a lake. It's got cattail in it. Yep, that's a freshwater lake. So this is not actually the sea. Our last spawn point was miles away. Okay, I think I'm happy with the way that this is generating the world. I don't think I need to tweak it. There's definitely large continents out there. We spawned in the ocean twice, which is problematic. But I think I'm okay with how the world is being generated. Okay, so stone quarry works. Looks like splitter mold is missing. Yeah. So it seems to be fine. I think that's the last one that we can reasonably test. Yeah, make tea needs updating because it uses clay. That's working. X skills, there's no point me doing anything with that until the main mod is sorted. All of these need updating, these need updating, that needs updating. Shall we add in the movement mods? I mean, the ability to grab a hold of ledges and to crawl is very, very tempting. Salty's actually got a lot more movement mods than that, but those are the only two that I'm actually interested in adding. And you kind of need free look if you're going to use catch ledge to be able to shimmy around properly. Free look basically allows you to look behind you while you're running forward. They have all been updated, so we'll add them in up here. VLOOK caps lock key by default. Makes sense. Although I might rebind it to the equals key. The hotbar only goes up to 8, doesn't it? Does it? Or does it go all the way up to equals? What am I thinking of that goes up to 8? That's version 1.03. This is version 0.53 or 0.5.3. Not 0.2.0. Okay. Let's give these a whirl. And these are the last ones on our list that we know could work. In fact, we know these work. We know they work. At that point, we are waiting for these 4 mods to update, and then we can begin a new playthrough. Everything else can be added as it's fixed. Yeah. Okay. And then this. I'm overdue a cup of tea, but since we're almost finished, I can't really find anything else to do for, what, it'd be 40 minutes? Actually, no, let me go get a cup of tea. We'll see if we can't find something to do and raid the 8-bit drummer, since he is streaming today. So, because we have been doing... Actually, no, if I do this, it's going to spawn us... Actually, no, it shouldn't spawn me in-world until... I've created a character, should it? So I shouldn't be in a position where I can die if I do this, and then wander away and make a cup of tea for 5 minutes. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, that works. That's crawling. Okay, that's a tap to use. That's currently sharing a key with the inventory thing. If we run and we tap it, no. Oh wait, no, I think we need to jump. We run, jump, and press Z. How does this work? Okay, we tap Z. It doesn't like me holding down Z. Okay, relook, we hold down control. That's going to be useful. And the other thing is ledge grabbing. But I can't remember the key for that. R. Why not Z? Is R actually used for anything else? I forget. Oh look! A climbable structure that unfortunately is large enough that it's almost only going to spawn things. Yeah, there ain't no way this doesn't spawn monsters. Too many reeds. Okay, so that bit works. Can we scale? Crouch and ledge grab. Okay, now you can't ledge grab on that, which means we're going to need to make it jump to here. Okay, that's not how that works. Okay, it worked there. Why did it work on that set of stairs? I can see it trying. I think you have to press R after you've jumped. But I don't know what the condition or specific conditions are. Because that looks like I should be able to grab it. I mean, that worked. And we did get this last time. Let me have a look. Jump, press R by default, you'll extend your arms forwards and you'll be ready to catch a ledge. You can only catch ledges with both hands empty. If the camera shakes, you successfully grab the ledge, now hanging. If you try to hold an item in the state you'll fall, you can't mine or interact with the right mouse button. From here you can climb up. Hold W while hanging, space, shift. Okay, so that's the problem. We may have been holding down shift. In order for this to work, you basically have to allow it to figure things out itself. So we need to let go of shift and space. No space to climb. Okay. So that being the case, you jump and press. Oh, you're not tall enough. So you need to wait for it to actually catch on. So you run and jump, and that didn't work. So why did that not work? That is still technically stairs, but it's let me grab a hold of stairs before. Worked that time. This isn't strictly speaking meant to be a parkour challenge, it's just... I'm trying to find a ledge I can grab a hold of and dangle off of. Nice organ. So what else can we do? It's a little bit janky. I know we can shimmy. Look at the ledge and press up to change left. Okay, so if we... That's going to require that we have the ability to look around corners. Can we shimmy around this bit? We can go around inside corners. We can go around outside corners. Move the edge and turn the mouse in the correct direction quickly. Okay, so we can get around this, but the trick is being able to quickly do that. We actually fell off, I think. Oh! Is there supposed to be a legitimate way of getting up here? So do you have to be using the run and jump? I keep referring back because there's a reasonably good tutorial on the mod page. Yeah, it has a mantle system, but it doesn't look like it can be used to just mantle. Let's check, see what else is bound to R, if anything. Resize chisel selection. That should be okay. I don't think that's going to cause a conflict. Oh, maybe this is how you're supposed to get up here. Diving does not save you. Okay, I think we'll keep that. That's not too overpowered, and it has some useful functionality. Particularly the crawling one. Oh, I'm still crawling. You can jump while crawling. Not sure you should be able to do that. Can't crawl while hanging. Damn. And here I was thinking of a sneaky way to get into here. I mean, we may still be able to dive in through this window. It's a fairly small gap, though. We'll probably need more of a run up, so maybe we can't. Because we're going to keep bashing our head on that. It might be possible. Okay. It's gonna kill me! I don't know why I care. This is a test world. Still. I run. It can't see me. I'm fairly sure it can still see me anyway if it was actually still there. Okay. So yeah, I think we're done with our mod list. Everything that is updated that we can use is on and tested. I'm fairly sure I'm happy with server configuration, or rather world gen configuration. We can copy that file. I think we just need to copy the server configuration file. I think that's the only thing we need. I need to make a few small tweaks to it because of how I run my server, but I can do that later. Okay. Let's bring you back over here. We have 30 minutes to burn before we can raid the 8-bit drummer, who is the only person other than Zeke that I watch. Not that they're playing games, as their name implies. They are in fact a drummer. Let me pull some of these off of this and put them back where they're supposed to be. Let's get a blank page so I can pull this back over to here. I mean, just so I can close this down once we're all done. Oh, Rust Magic updated. Or Rustbound Magic updated. One moment, please. What did they fix? Fix Sanctum tablet recipe. Download that. Put that in there. Take the file. Put that in there. Delete the old file. Update the spreadsheet. Should now be in alphabetical order. Okay, that bit's done. So, clear out the notices. Let me do that. Oh, don't do that, please. Things are all over the place that aren't supposed to be there. One moment. It hasn't showed anything it's not supposed to, but... this back over here, please. What else did it shift around? Silly windows. Okay, and Twitch chat is still up there. Right. Back over to there. Shrink that down. Shrink that down. Close that. Shrink that back down again. Okay. Visual Studio. Actually, before we do that, PowerShell. .NET new updates. All templates are up to date. Not though, are they? They're not though. Visual Studio. Community 2022. I want to create a new project. Slide. I want to create a code DLL project only. This will be Git Inc. Server util. I don't need to go utilities. I suppose I should do because it's supposed to be the mod name. Yeah, that's correct. Let me remind myself how to spell utilities because, again, I'm terrible at spelling. And I don't think that has a spell check in it. We also don't need these open anymore. Okay, we can actually spell it. Place solution and project in the same directory. Next. Okay. VintageStory go. Suppress Windows console message. Suppresses the external console window on Windows. I'm going to use this. This didn't appear last time because it wasn't part of the modding template. The modding template told you to make the normal one. Include survival mod, essentials, creative mod. Good questions. Hi, Rolling Dutchy. I'm not entirely sure which bits and pieces I need. Adds a solution for the mod. Visual Studio and Rider will automatically do that. Let's check to make sure. See if there is a basic guide for code-only mods. Well, what we was doing up until 4 minutes ago was building out a mod pack, or at least all the mods that we could get to work, and finding any bugs and issues, reporting the ones that we could reasonably report, and removing the mods that are unusable. And I've done all of that, so I have a baseline. There's a few mods that I still need to update before I can move to a new playthrough. So now I'm going to work on learning how to do a particular, or learning how to create a particular mod that I want to be able to add to my server / playthrough. And this window here is Visual Studio. Code Mod Essentials. It's not quite what I'm looking for. Create a code mod. This is just using the base template rather than using the code-only template. VintageStory lib. Now, I can add most of these after the fact, in theory. And I'm fairly sure the basic template would have just added them all anyway, but we only need a certain subset of features. For all intents and purposes, the mod actually doesn't need to know what items are in the game. even though we're planning on using a or planning to add the first part of this mod is to add a starting inventory, which would logically require that I be able to give items, but that just requires that I run a console command, and then the server just needs to check whether the item exists or not. In most cases, that's fine. It's just we're running on the new version, and we was potentially adding mods that haven't been updated yet. So we needed to make sure that they ran. I also wanted to make sure that the mods that had been updated properly, and some of them hadn't. They had things missing in them that, if I'm being honest, a cursory check of their own log files, if they ran it when they tested it, would have shown that they missed them. But nothing game-breaking in most cases. I could just add everything and then disable what I don't need. Or add in... This really should tell you what this is for. ProBuffNet as a reference product. SQLite. I know what that is at least. We shouldn't need to use a database. VS Code, Task.json and Launch.json. I'm not sure what they are. Yeah, I'm officially now just waiting for, what do they call it? Culinary Artillery, Expanded Food, Xskills, and Xlib to update. Technically, I could start a playthrough without them, but I would rather those mods specifically be up to date and ready on world generation, even though they don't include any world generation themselves. Just because Xskills requires you to gain experience as you go in, and if you're not gaining experience as you go in, then kind of defeats the point. And the other one adds so many items and variants. I would rather it have them when the world is created rather than add them in retroactively. There's nothing that will stop it from being added in after the fact. I would still just rather them be there from the start. There does not appear to be a guide for what all of this does, unless it's buried somewhere else. Simple block casts, mod essentials. Yeah, thankfully all of those mods are now up to date, as far as my world is concerned. If you scroll up to the top of chat, it may still be there. I don't know how far back YouTube logs. It'll be in the video description. You'll find a Google Doc. If you go underneath the first horizontal line, those are all the mods and their current states for the pack I'm building. Code mod and content mods, client server, mod system, start, server side should load execute order. The core API class is extremely important. So you can find the following classes: iCore API common, iCore API, iCore client, iCore server. Content code, tutorials, concepts and guides. Are these all classed underneath intermediary tutorials? Let's try digging in a bit. Intermediate tutorials, there are none. Advanced tutorials, there are none. Other tutorials. Old tutorials. These tutorials are currently in progress. Mod config. That I'm going to need. API, network API. That I'm going to need. Saving your mod data, isn't that? Not quite part of mod config, but we are going to need that. We don't need block behavior, block entities. Chunk mod data we might need. Code asset patching. Harmony patching. What's harmony? Nope. Plenty of ways to get sticks. Get yourself some shears and get chopping. I've not added anything that makes base game easier. Because I kind of like the level that they've gone for. Monkey patching, code changing runs at times. VintageStory is done through Harmony. Okay. Monkey patching code or changing code at lunchtime is done through Harmony. So Harmony is used to override code. We're probably going to need that because we're likely in the later... It's really not. It's copper. So yeah, we're going to need Harmony because in all likelihood we need to override spawn behavior for the third part of this. And if we're going to need to override it, we're going to need to stop the vanilla code from executing. So we will need to patch that. So I think we need Harmony at least. Nope. Pretty much every tool can be made out of copper. You just can't cast it. But copper hammer, or copper anvil, copper hammer, copper ingots, shears. To use Harmony in VintageStory mod, you first have to reference Harmony DLL, VintageStory lib. So we know we're going to need Harmony. I kind of wish... I just want something that tells me what each of these are. So I know which ones I need and which ones I don't. I could always remove the ones I don't later, in theory. We've disconnected from Twitch chats. No frames dropped, so just Twitch being weird. World Gen contest, serialization format, meal containers, GUIs, evolving match float, entity attributes. Modify message received from server. Transpilers, cleanup. So yeah, we're going to need that later. Save game mod data. Before you start, you should have a development environment set up. If you don't, we've done that. Custom mod that can be attached to top level save games. Ultimately, mods can store custom chunk mod data. Do we actually need to save any data? We need to load a configuration. We need to do file manipulation, but we don't need to actually save data itself. So yeah, we don't need to touch the save game. And I think this is all related to the save game. Network API, I think we need, because we need to be able to intercept. Actually, no, we may not need the API, network API. Using protobuf. that the network API? Okay, protobuf is the network API. We need to be able to intercept messages and read messages coming to and from the server, because we need to action them, or between the server. So we need listeners on messages. But do we actually need to... No, I don't think so. I think Proto API, protobuf, is specifically for sending and receiving messages between the client and server if you want to add stuff. Maybe. Network API test. This example model will show you how to set up a custom data back and forth between, which is not what we want to do. Is there a mod tutorial for an event listener or anything along those lines? We've got one for commands. We definitely need that. Inventory handling we need. Sorry, all of this is on... Let me pull this lot over. Currently going through this list here. Guides and concepts. Entity instance attributes. Serialized files, server client considerations. Format JSON tree. Okay. Uses multiple formats to serialize data. JSONs, tree attributes, protobuf, serialized object, location, binary writer. So this is more just talking about how the the kinds of objects and how they're saved. That's potentially useful information. Entity instant attributes. Evolving and float. Entity instant attributes are key values that can be set to any entity in the world. They can only be modified with server commands and code mods. This looks a little promising. Just these words here. They're different from entity type attributes, which apply to entity types patterns. Pattern used to spawn an entity in the world. Unlike entity types, entity instant attributes cannot be set in JSON because they are unique for each entity. For each entity, there are three kinds of instance. Watched attributes, the most commonly used entity instant attributes. Modifications of the server side are stored and saved game clients. Modifications of the client side are not synchronized with the server and are lost the next time. Debug attributes. Modifying attribute code. The entity instant attributes are read and modified like any other tree attribute. An attribute can hold many different types. Here's an example of entity CS, where onHurt attribute is read and set. Watched attribute set int onHurt. Watched attribute get int onHurt. This one. Here. Dialog on close, dialog on open. Okay. So this is going to be important for spawn protection. Because we need to be registering listeners to be able to know when players or when entities spawn, when they respawn, when they die. But the question then becomes, how do we listen for an entity logging in? Or a player logging in is the thing we're actually looking for. But that's something. It's potentially useful. Tree attributes. Tree attributes are nested structures whose primary purpose is to represent tree. Okay. Using the API, tree attributes are often employed as stored persistent entity data. Example in code. Tree attribute mod. Start server side, tree, new tree attribute. Okay. We may need this, but for now it doesn't matter. A number generator whose return value changes over time is a random number generator. Transform variants. Oh, it's not quite a random number generator. It's a noise generator, effectively. Kind of. Might be something we need. Serialized formats. We're probably going to need this information. We're not going to actually be able to get to the point where we can do this bit, so let's just cancel that. I'm probably going to need to... Oh, we are in the wiki. I'm probably going to need something else. Commands. Ever wanted to know how to add a command to the game? I don't necessarily actually want to add a command. I kind of want to be able to execute commands. But to be fair, anything... If we're doing a code mod, anything a command can do, we should be able to just do in code without needing to summon the command. But we'll leave it open because it could be useful. This we're gonna need. The most important class for inventory managements are Inventory Manager. Contains multiple inventories. Every player has one with different inventories. Also helps with common tasks like putting items in a valid inventory. iInventory represents an item's inventory. For example, the player hotbar. That's probably the one we'll want. Contains multiple item slots. Yeah, because we could do it one of two ways. In that case, represents a specific slot. Item stack. So yeah, this one is important. Mod config. When developing code mods, it's often important to allow users to change some of their liking. We're going to need this. Don't even need to check that we need to know that. The entire point of the first part of the thing we want to make is to allow you to add a spawn inventory. So when a player first joins the server, it gives them a set of items, which is basically going to be a combination of the configuration file for this, inventory handler, and then whatever we can use to detect a new player joining the server. Which is the biggest question mark at the minute. That might be a network API thing, I don't know. We are probably going to need that later, so I'll leave that open as well. We don't need anything else in there, I don't think. And if we do, we know where they are. And then this is the actual API documentation. So... let me open up a new wiki page. Helps if my fingers are in the right place. Create permissions to both teams. That's not what we're looking for. Land claiming. Nope. What I want is a list of permissions. But is permissions what they're actually called? If I go back into the server config file, privileges. This is server commands, server command role, privilege grant or revoke. I need this list. Grant, revoke, privilege. How do I get a list of these? Player name, wireless roles, privilege, player's current privileges. I want all privileges. Server commands, server commands, server commands. Okay, in that case, I've already opened that one before. Adding moderators. I may be able to get it in game, but there must be a list of them somewhere. Okay. Server config. Roles. Privilege level. Privileges chat. Full list may be shown by using the privileges command. Okay, 1 second. There we go. Build, use block. Build block server everywhere. Everywhere. Use block server everywhere. Attack player, attack creatures, free move, game mode. Pick in range. Chat, kick, ban. Whitelist, set welcome. Announcement, read list, give. Area modify, set spawn. Control server, TP time. Grant revoke, root. Command player, control player group, manage player group, self-kill, rolled edit. Deny break reinforced. Okay, that doesn't have the permission that I wanted it to have. I could still do it, but I don't like the way that I would have to do it. Unless there's some other property of a player that I can modify. I'm probably just going to have to look through the actual player entity and see whether or not there's anything in there. but that would, or without the permission that I was hoping was there, I would need to, in order to do spawn protection, set them to creative. And that only works if I can correctly intercept opening their inventory, any kind of movement, or any kind of action. And before that goes off, let them out of creative mode. That is the easiest way that I can think of getting it to work. But that is too problematic. So I think the way that I'm going to have to do it is find out why entities ignore people in creative mode, add a permission or something, or some kind of flag that I can add to the player data on the server side. It can be ephemeral, doesn't need to save. And if they have that flag, similar as they have creative mode set, other entities ignore them. It's more work, but that's the safer way of doing it. Unless there is something else that I'm missing. Default spawn, null. Force spawn, null. Should be similar to global spawn, but for roles. List of granted privileges. Auto grant. World configs. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to dig into player settings. There's no other way around it. Okay, I will do a little bit of research between now and Thursday. Working on the assumption that by Thursday, the last 4 mods we're looking to update haven't been updated. Then we will do a dev stream, and I will try to figure out, at the very least, if I can get started inventory working. Because by the looks of it, we're going to need it. Otherwise, we could drop into the middle of the sea with absolutely nothing, and then we're basically screwed. I want to at least be able to have some chance of survival. So we will work on that plan. But I am going to be done for the day. So thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. I will be back on Thursday, like I just said. I am going to raid the 8-Bit Drummer because he is streaming at this point. So I will send you over his direction. Let me just prep that on here and prep that on here. So yeah, thanks again for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday from 2 PM BST onwards. So hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.